Welcome back to Shaping the City, Forum for Sustainable Cities and Community. This afternoon, we have Reimagining the City session and a final wrapping up conversation with Javier Arpa Fernandez, Edson Kabelfin, and Robert Shipley. For the public here at the Millennium Park Room, we kindly ask you to keep your mask on, and if you need coffee or water, please feel free to get some in the next door room. For the audience following us on the YouTube channel, we invite them to share their questions on the chat, and we'll bring them to the floor at the end of the presentations. Before the afternoon panel begins, we would like to invite Petra Kempf to join us here on the floor and to share about the performance that she will choreograph tomorrow in Millennium Park Room. So, welcome, Petra.
Me? Yeah, okay, good. So I would like to, actually I'm going to sit down. I would like to follow up a little bit on our conversation this morning we had, and I thought there were a couple of really strong words being brought into the conversation. And one of the words was hope, but there was another word, and that struck me even more, and that was a word that was used, that was care. And I think this is something that we all should be very careful about, that word care. So this actually leads me to a performance that Lucia was just referring to, and it's called God Umbrella. And hold on, I'm not prepared. Oh, this way? So there's the one in the middle? Maybe I'm pushing the wrong one. Ah. Oh. Yeah, this is the next one. Which, the stick, what? Oh, the sticker. Oh, yeah. oh, okay. So I pushed the wrong button. Okay. So this is an event we did with the support of the European Cultural Center in Venice this past November. And the event was part of a large drawing I actually exhibited at the Palazzo Mora in this year's Space, Time and Existence exhibition as well at the Venice Biennale. And this drawing actually envisioned a world in which people again have taken on the role as a citizen, and as a citizen that care for the world they inhabit. So inspired by that drawing, God Umbrella took off in Venice this past November to set the stage for a common ground to unfold. So that was our first experience, or experiment rather, to see if this actually could work. A common ground actually, a common ground that was informed and imagined by many people at the time participating at that event. But even before the drawing unfolded on a screen in 2019 in my chamber, in my studio, God Umbrella found its original inspiration from the protests in Hong Kong unfolding in 2014, where thousands of people poured into the streets to defend in peace their democracy, to be only confronted by tear gas, to which the protesters actually opened up their umbrellas to protect themselves. In God Umbrella, we, and that is my team, Tara Wang and Min Lin, used the umbrella actually as a symbol towards a citizenship of care and stewardship to each other and the world we live in. And certainly, certainly, and there's no question about this, there is a growing doubt in the air and on the streets as well towards mainstream politics unfolding today, and not only in Hong Kong, but also worldwide. There's the Arab Spring, or there was the Arab Spring, the global financial crisis that erupted in 2008, but also the Fridays for Future movement. No? Where do I hold this towards? Okay. Oh. No, it's too fast. But also the Black Lives Matter movement after George Floyd's death in 2020. Certainly, these uprisings exemplify an undeniable change in attitude towards established protocols. Accelerated by who has actually access to education and who has not, or for that matter, healthcare, but also the loss of interest in public investments, as we talked about this morning, or the dispossession of local inhabitants from common resources or food supply interruptions, and not to mention the flows of migration and the degradation of the environment we're all participating in. To wasteful forms of how we consume goods all seem to be issues we are confronted by these days. While at the same time, we're also overshadowed by a pandemic, bringing these issues actually even more to the foreground. There's no doubt we need to look into other models of living and how we engage with one another. And following this logic, the ground beneath our feet, figuratively and literally speaking, seem to be no longer a place we care for, but use and abuse as a resource to exploit for the sake of profit, also brought up this morning in the morning session. Visible also how we as citizens have over time given away our political power, a form of power that enabled us to form a common ground for holistic expressions to unfold. This form of engagement that allows us to be in this ongoing process. Hold on, something is not right here. Huh? I'm so sorry, I'm not in control over this clicker here. Okay, let me go back there here. So this form of engagement, I'm really sorry. Okay. This form of engagement that allows us to be in this ongoing process of connecting in meaningful ways with one another is at stake here. Is at stake here as we are no longer obligated to anything or anybody but to ourselves, as it seems. While millions of smartphones and social media clicks expand into the world. Many of us have become over time disconnected to one another. As we operate in these multifaceted and data-driven realms through which many of us express ourselves in a hybrid yet privately operating realm. Armed with information and equipped with the latest technology, we consume goods and data through various means and channels to feed not only the universe, but also ourselves, self-revolving without a beginning or an end. Detached from the ground, the infinitives being celebrated through which these ferocious consumers have become separated from one another, as well as from the ground they assume there's a firmly stand on. There's no doubt we are divided. We are divided from one another and the ground we inhabit, as we are no longer obliged to anything or anybody. The question then is, Has it really become impossible to sit at the same table, to reach any kind of agreement? An agreement that perhaps obligates all of us sitting at a table to begin with, to disagree or to agree, not only rhetorically, as we have seen all too often unfolding in summits and conferences. So why is it so many of us are no longer obligated to anything or anybody? Are we failing with our diplomatic skills here? Meaning, is diplomacy to blame here in all of this? To be obliged is to know one is indebted to something other than oneself. So God umbrella, oops, thank you. So God umbrella recognizes the importance to be obliged again. By setting a field of possible encounters, this performance is informed and imagined by many people at a time to create a ground for interaction, new interaction. By playing various roles and wearing various masks, the participants reconfigure the condition by which they live or interact. As individuals interact with one another, different connections arise while others will fade away. Within this context, participants create provisional counter-configuration to which different social constellation will hopefully emerge. Situated in the field of changing relations, the emergent configurations are not just a form or a product in this process through which social interactions unfold, but a perpetual generator for emerging configurations that are also conflicting in nature. So God umbrella consists of 5 characters. The first character is the passerby. The passerby is not obliged to anybody or anything, no legal or political obligations whatsoever. They obtain a rhetorical freedom for the sake of freedom, making others responsible for their actions. They consume with no hesitation and have no comments to the ground or to the other. And here's a little clip we made as a comic of what the passerby has to do while interacting in the performance. So you can see there's a very laissez-faire umbrella, and that person is completely disengaged and engaged with another device and has no interaction with anybody. And then the next person we have invented is the diplomat. In the past, the diplomat was indebted to something other than oneself. However, the diplomat has become a rhetorical figure today and is no longer inclined to be obligated as well. In the context of God umbrella, the act of being diplomatic is the ability to act again upon obligations. The third character is the instigator. And the instigator is constantly triggering change. They're the most curious participant in this performance. They constantly create new encounters with everybody in the participating group. And the fourth character is the inquirer. And I would say this is kind of the professor, the teacher, the mentor that is participating in society. The inquirer is following the instigator. The inquirer is following the instigator to inquire meaningful interactions with the group. There are experimenters that actively intervene with all the characters in the group as they transform relationships towards a deeper meaning. None of the connections they unfold are objective. All interactions are driven by intuition through them. And last but not least, we have the singular plural. The singular plural consists of individuals who have not yet established a meaningful interdependence with the others. They are a part of the collective without any commitments yet. As they engage with the other characters, they become an active part of the collective again. And here we are. Rain or shine or wind, tomorrow's wind. Come and join us tomorrow at the Millennium Park to unfold God umbrella towards a citizenship of stewardship and care.
Thank you so much, Petra. It has been a pleasure to be part of the performance in Venice, and it's going to be a pleasure to be part again of the performance tomorrow. So hope to see you all there. And apologies for missing that before. I'm sorry, Petra, but I didn't introduce you, so let me do it now. Sorry. Petra Kemp is an architect, a urban designer, and educator. She has worked at institutions within the public and private sector, including the NYC Department of City Planning, the Project for Public Spaces, and Richard Meyer and Partners. In 2019, she joined the Sam Fox School at Washington University in St. Louis, where she works closely with the Center for the Humanities on the Divided City Initiative. Thanks again, Petra.
Thank you. So I think it's time to start our afternoon panel of Reimagining the City. So before introducing the panel, I would invite all the speakers and our moderator to come and join me here. So please, speakers. There's a dedicated seat for Terry. The middle seat is for Terry. Right. So let's introduce the session. Reimagining the City speaks about the transformation of our cities in a dynamic way, where the physical form and the respective citizens' interaction are constantly changing with the planning, policies, urban design, and architecture at any given era of regeneration. So this theme explores how the city, in its architectural character and urban environment, create an image and identity for the city. It focuses on the sensory and experiential qualities in architecture and distinctive qualities of urban space where daily life unfolds. Sometimes universities can be isolated from the actual dialogue that happens in the industry, but this session will show us otherwise, where cities are seen as the laboratories for students. So the session between architects, academics, and their cities will be tailored around the projected urban future in a visionary way and reflect on the respective relationship of the people, their space, and the reimagined future.
Reimagining the City session will be moderated by Professor Robert Shibley, a distinguished professor and dean at the School of Architecture and Planning at University at Buffalo, State of New York. In addition to his position as dean, Bob Shibley also serves his university as campus architect and senior fellow of the UB Regional Institute. He's a member of the National College of Fellows in both the American Institute of Architects and the American Institute of Certified Planners. In June 2014, the American Institute of Architects awarded him the prestigious Thomas Jefferson Medal for a lifetime of achievements advancing planning and design excellence at UB in the city of Buffalo and the Niagara region, through public service to New York State and the federal government, as well as through his numerous publications. Together with Professor Shibley, there will be Alfredo Hidalgo, Roberto Iniguez, Dan Weinreich, I'm sorry for the wrong pronunciation if I'm missing something, Martin Anzellini, and Ian and Terry Dreyer. So, welcome to our guests.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this terrific panel, and particularly thank you, the European Cultural Center and the Time Space Exhibition, Time Space Experience Exposition at Venice 21. I'm here to sort of carry on from the morning tradition. The title then was Architecture, and then challenged with at, by, for, with the people. This afternoon, we are reimagining the city, and the subtitle still holds, at, by, for, with the people, and more particularly, with a specific focus on hope and care. Thank you, Petra. So I will start briefly by suggesting that the universities are, I think, a largely untapped resource in the investigation of the imagination of the city. And I offer that only because we tend to draw on our schools or our departments, not on the university as a whole. And we tend not to deal with the broad scope of problems that confront the world, even as we, to put it less than politely, fiddle. So I want to suggest that universities, and specifically collegiate schools of architecture and planning and allied practices, have an important role in their host communities as they teach and research city making. Unlike conventional consultants, they don't have to go home after the consultation. They have the opportunity to commit to the cities and regions that host them for decades. And in that commitment, there is this opportunity to make the intellectual project of reimagining the city collectively owned across their university and with the constituencies that host them. There are, of course, many other ways to reimagine the city, and they're all valued. Still, the role of practice-based co-learning among governments, NGOs, universities, and the private sector can and often does lift new imaginations of the city. At the same time, it actively and incrementally makes new places. City building is, of course, a complex, collective, and cumulative process in which many agents, large and small, work together, sometimes at odds, across space and time, to construct the common home. Our school at the University at Buffalo is an important participant in constructing that home for our region, and doing so in a manner that learns from and engages constituencies across the world. Our exhibit at Venice this year was Buffalo Constructing Buffalo. And I'm going to offer a short case history on that project. One small example of our 50-year history of working with our community to lift it up. Next slide, please. So in general, we often go after the world's biggest problems, while the city that hosts us is in desperate straits today. And I wonder what the hidden agenda, the hidden curriculum is when we do that with our students. So the opportunity to bring our students to the place we live as a matter of course every day, and to teach them to stand on the shoulders of the previous days and years and decades, changes your relationship to the place where you live. It brings hope and caring with it. Next slide, please. So, welcome to my school at the University at Buffalo, and welcome to Buffalo, a city of 250,000 people, half the size it was 50 years ago. It's lost its steel, its grain, its reason for being has been threatened. It is the fourth poorest city in the nation. I've been there only 40 years of those 50, and I'm there on purpose. The recruiting pitch was I should come to Buffalo because it had every problem in the world I ever wanted to study. Today, you will be introduced to Bogota and to Mexico, to Shanghai, and to New York City and other places, and you will hear case histories that suggest that it didn't have every problem in the world I ever wanted to study, but it certainly has consumed a lifetime of investigation. Next slide, please. So it is our lab. We treat it that way. It's right outside our front door. We didn't have to build it. It's already there. It has all the problems you'd ever want to ask for. And as the fourth poorest city in the nation, and the most segregated that I can imagine, although there are some worse than that in our city environment, in our United States, we have those challenges that say every day, what's architecture for, if not to make this home? Jane Jacobs used to speak about the difference between being everywhere and staying put. And the value of staying put is that longer-term commitment to place that you can't just walk away from. Next slide, please. Transformative city building is a long game, but one project at a time with an eye toward a double focus on the last project and the next one to come. Next slide, please. We look at every opportunity. There are 120 churches empty in our city. And these become laboratories. Next slide, please. And the transformative impacts go from small acts of making, like those churches, to large acts of making, like the city's downtown urban design, like its park and parkway system restoration, like its waterfront plan, like its comprehensive plan. Those institutional documents with very wide-ranging constituencies crafted in our school by our faculty and students over a decade, laying a foundation for an economic development strategy, now in its 10th year, building back Buffalo. Buffalo constructing Buffalo. Next slide, please. So the East Side Avenues is a classic case of redlining down our main street, east side of Buffalo, don't build there, don't invest there. That's created the segregated environment and the poverty that we live with today. Going into that is not a matter of figuring out how to get development from here to there, developing and then taking the cash out. It's an opportunity to go there, work with, learn about, and leave the wealth created in the development process in that neighborhood, in those communities. So it's a different model of development, and it certainly isn't the neoliberalism we spoke about this morning. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you an example of how we've taken this one more step. Physical planning and urban design, discrete projects in studios, refugee housing and home, etc. And then taking it to a kind of homage to our city. So in 2018, we were in Venice, and this is just a very short clip suggesting the nature of the art film we produced about our connection to the city.
This exhibition is in the context of the 2018 Architecture Biennial, and we are exhibiting as a school, telling really the story of the School of Architecture and Planning, what drives us, and in turn, how we act in our community and in our city.
Buffalo has had its ebbs and flows, but I think we're in this space of revitalization where there's a lot of pride for Buffalo and a lot of passion to be building and making.
We are a school that is very driven by place, and we respond to the complexity of the history of the city of Buffalo. In the year 1900, it was home to more millionaires per capita than any other city in the U.S. It's a city that was, dreamed big and built boldly. Of course, the second half of the 20th century brought a sharp decline to the city. We've lost more than half of our population over that time, which means that there are a lot of questions about how to rethink the city in the 21st century.
The best laboratory in the world is the one right outside your door. So we work and learn with our host community.
We have this city that we really use as a workshop for practice as a school. We have these sites that are kind of asking for intervention in some way. It means that students are able to design and build and then install those pieces throughout the city of Buffalo. So the city drives us as a school, but then we in turn are driving the city.
Next slide, please. You'll be happy to know that film goes on, but I won't do that to you. There's another. Can you get me back in presentation mode? Thank you. So I think being recognized in part for our role in the transformation of the school and the city, we went to Venice in 2018 and enjoyed very much the feedback we got from 50 sites over 50 years, which was what the film was portraying in its art base. Next slide, please. The next opportunity came, which was, can we come again? And thank you. And yes, we did. We asked ourselves, how can I once again not celebrate one faculty member and their single project, or one team and their project, but the whole enterprise over 50 years? Not an easy feat, but with some skill based on the faculty, certainly not me, we put together a kind of graphic novel, which we wallpapered the room with. And then we put the products of the work that created that space on a table in the middle, so you could go deep or cover the general picture. Next slide, please. Buffalo constructing Buffalo from Olmsted to Van Valkenburg is a story of an invitation we got with a large 90-acre stretch of grass on Lake Erie, and an invitation from a philanthropist saying, here's $50 million if you can show to me the community is behind the reimagination of that place and its relationship to the rest of the city. Make me a great urban park, the way Olmsted made a great park system. The brilliance of the commission wasn't make a park, wasn't the 50 million to start with, and it's 114 and counting now. It was that the park came with A, endowment to maintain, and B, another 50 million to connect it to the rest of the system. So it was an invitation not to put a park in a city, but to continue placing our city in an expansive Olmsted and now Van Valkenburg and Trails and Place system. Put your city in the system. Next slide. So off we go. The exhibit itself is interactive. You can sit down, you can watch the video, you can look at the paper materials, you can read the graphic novels on the wall. Next slide. The people who made this possible are the graphic novelist herself, Aria Alberg-Rigger, and a brilliant kind of exhibit designer, Julia Jamrazik, on our faculty. And I curated the 50 years that preceded to try and tell the story. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly go through a little bit of the room and how it fit. Next slide. And then carry forward. Next slide. So here you'll get just an idea of what the wallpaper was, what the graphic novel is. It starts with the Buffalo River burning. It describes how we cut major highways through neighborhoods, further dividing rich and poor, and further disabling the possibility of healing. It describes the story of those core governing documents that are driving the transformation of the city, constructed in our school. And it describes the comprehensive plan's really simple approach. Fix the basics now and look to a better future. Next slide, please. All of that is placed in the context of the history of our land. Remember a city that's made by a Buffalo River to the south, Lake Erie, and the Niagara Strait. It's an L of water, a lot of waterfront. Settlement patterns come up perpendicular and are rationalized in a radial. It's an extraordinarily simple and direct plan. It makes sense. You can go anywhere on the radial and get downtown. You can go anywhere on the grid and get to the water. And Olmsted came in 1860-something and said, I tell you what, no, I won't make you a central park like I just did in New York. I'll make you a park system that will connect neighborhood to neighborhood across the city through parkways, connected to the radials downtown and the grid to the water. Thank you, Olmsted. 150 years, plus or minus later, comes the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation with a commission that says, make this waterfront park and connect it to the system and connect it to the rest of the trails and waterfront systems from lake to lake, Lake Erie to Lake Ontario, 35 miles. All of the region is now placed in a park system. Next slide. So from that Olmsted to Van Valkenburg, you recognize there's a philanthropist behind Olmsted's visit and a philanthropist behind Wilson's visit. Next slide. These take us to a variety of places through this whole process, much of which will be described now in a very short film. Next slide, please. That'll talk about how we brought the neighborhood into the conversation, how we raised with them our expectations and aspirations for this 90 acres of grass, and how now we're in the final stages leading to construction next year. Next slide, please. There's a lot more to do, and in some sense, it's just one park. But recognizing it's building on 50 years of making a city in a park system with all the health, quality of life, and equity benefits that come from that, you'll get a sense of what this is about. The film will end my talk, and then we'll move it to the panel. Thank you.
Parks should create the community.
Ultimately, the role of a park in a city is to nurture the soul.
LaSalle Park is a gem that's yet to be truly discovered.
I love LaSalle Park. LaSalle Park is important to this neighborhood because it brings people together.
What makes LaSalle Park really stand out is the water.
Think about the Buffalo River, Lake Erie, and the Niagara Strait. That's the origin of our city. It's a very powerful place.
LaSalle Park is opportunity knocking.
LaSalle Park is nothing but potential.
Imagine LaSalle as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to drive the changes that make this park a masterpiece for our city and region.
This park is a gem here in Buffalo, and I feel like that is sometimes underutilized. Imagine LaSalle, it's just an opportunity for us to figure out ways that we can really utilize the park better.
Imagine LaSalle as a public engagement process. It involves listening really well and using all the tools of listening. There's survey work, there's people in the park asking questions. We're on the web. The Bell Center, which is a neighbor to the park, the children, the youth of that center, they're the citizen scientists taking pictures, wondering about what this place should be.
I want to see a little bit more like swings and playgrounds.
The Imagine LaSalle Park focus group is really comprised of community members from across the city, different perspectives from different walks of life and from different professions. It's been really, really exciting just to meet all of these different people who utilize the park and to get ideas for what other cities are doing.
You don't know where you are until you go somewhere else.
I think it was important for us to leave Buffalo to see parks outside of the area, just to be able to get best practices from what other parks have been able to do.
That was the first time that I've ever been on a plane, and the things that I've seen once I got to Chicago was unbelievable.
You're going to see some of the greatest public spaces Chicago has to offer. Remember, this park sees 20 million visitors a year. It's one of the most recognizable elements or icons for the city of Chicago.
In Chicago, one of the things that really stood out the most was the public art piece. That would be such a fantastic idea to bring some type of public art initiative to LaSalle Park that will be a draw.
Chicago taught us about what it means to be on a bridge, that you had to get to and from some of these parks from the neighborhood in difficult ways. Now you've got bridges over major highways that are a delight to walk on. Tremendous experiences to move through, even as they get you from here to there.
One thing that I have noticed about this park and all of the others, every single space we've been in, even the play spaces, they all incorporate naturalized plant areas, native plants, supporting pollinators. It's so refreshing to see that they've done this in a way where it doesn't intrude on the function of a park.
I love the parks in Chicago because they reflect Chicago, and they keep the city in mind, but they also keep the people in mind, and I love how they incorporate different elements for everybody.
You know, it gave me a new perspective on how things could be in Buffalo.
Be inspired by what you see, and then take it home and make it yours. Don't copy what we're doing. Make it yours. Make it yours. Make it reflective of your community. Make it reflective of what your community wants in a public space.
Welcome to Cincinnati. We're happy you're here. We're pleased to be able to show you some of our parks.
In Cincinnati, we're looking at a city like ours, 19th century city with a lot of historical industry legacy and an affection for the waterfront being reclaimed from industry and brought back to the citizens.
The trip to Cincinnati was enlightening. It was about really the public-private partnerships and how the private sector really stepped up to add amenities, and not only just add them, but sustain them. I was impressed with the maintenance of those parks.
I'm inspired. I'm inspired by the history. I'm inspired by the change. They have managed to keep their authenticity and change, and that's important.
Eye-opening. There's so much more that we should be doing to raise the bar in Buffalo. I think we can really turn LaSalle into a world-class place really for parks. I mean, the amount of things that they've done here shows us how much farther we have to go, but that it's very doable, especially with public and private partnership.
So each park has a different feel, as I'm sure you'll feel as we walk through it.
But this is a great place to stop because you're seeing the magic of the High Line.
We are looking at all these fabulous parks in New York. One thing I've seen here is that, you know, it's not always that they build out, they build up. And even with these natural elements and play features for kids, they all kind of have this topography that goes up.
This park is something that I never imagined see things like this.
One of the things that the community had input in was the playground area and the slide. And what they didn't want was a boring slide. There was a need for speed.
In New York, we saw public-private partnerships, restaurants and other kinds of amenities were there and throwing revenue to and creating capacity the park otherwise might not have. The tension is, wait a minute, parks should be a public amenity, and as soon as you introduce private, people get nervous about exactly that. What do you mean, private? The kind of engagement and feedback we were getting was you can have both and still maintain the public openness of the place.
What we've seen is amazing, just awe-inspiring. The stuff that we could do at LaSalle is really up to the imagination.
Imagine LaSalle has been an absolutely amazing process, really to get the input of everyone here in Buffalo and across the region about what they want to see for this park. It makes everyone feel they have a part and they have a say in what's going to be coming here to LaSalle Park.
I said to myself, you know what? LaSalle Park can be just as beautiful as the parks that we visited.
Many of the places we visited have parks that define who they are as cities and regions. LaSalle can do that for Buffalo.
There's so much that can happen in LaSalle Park. The park is such a diamond in the rough.
LaSalle Park can help lift up this city.
So thank you very much. Now we're going to go to Mexico. I'm going to introduce to you Alfredo Hidalgo Rasmussen and Roberto Flores. Alfredo is the Associate Dean of the School of Architecture, Art and Design at the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He's a founding partner of S2 Arquitectura 2002, which work has been awarded with honorable mentions at the Mexican Biennale, at the Jalisco Biennale, exhibited and published in different national and international media. He coordinated various urban projects as the director of the Strategic Projects Office in Zapopan from 2012 to 2015, where he also led the Urban Prosperity Strategy for Zapopan 2030 with UN Habitat, receiving the Golden Human Settlements Award on Planning and Design. Oh, Roberto, well, then I'm going to tell you about Roberto. Okay, this is a team sport here. Here we go. Roberto Flores is doctor and dean of the School of Architecture, Art and Design at the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He currently leads the school, a national scale project that has operated in 19 cities with undergraduate and graduate programs in architecture, design, digital arts, and urbanism. He's a designer, consultant, and researcher with more than 20 years of experience in innovation for different sectors such as furniture, consumer products, mobility. He's a member of different academic boards and conferences, Project-Oriented Learning Environment Global Platform, and the London Design Embassy, the Latin Design Network, and the European Academy of Design, the Systems and Design Network, etc.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And well, first of all, thank you very much to the European Cultural Center for organizing this wonderful forum. Good afternoon. We come from Mexico, and I think that this introduction that already my tocayo, Robert, gave us is a wonderful introduction for the kind of reflection that universities have been living, and that is also our case. During the last year, we have been reflecting, we have been in a very profound reflection on which is our role in this very challenging, uncertain times that we are living. And we have been redefining our vision with this idea of being a private, non-for-profit university. We see ourselves as a university that is created by society for society. So we feel this very profound responsibility on how to participate on the challenges that our cities and our communities have. And so in this new mission that we have created for 2030, that is taking the things that we consider are our nature and our DNA, let's say, of the university. We are very well known for creating leaders, entrepreneurship, and innovation in Mexico. To take advantage of that, to connect with the local ecosystems that we are in. So, and with that, we have defined our main pillars, let's say, and one of them is cities and communities. So how to participate and be positive, create positive impact, create the platforms for that has been part of the work of the School of Architecture, Art and Design inside of our university. So I want to share a little bit about that role and that reflections, and technology is going to help me with that. Okay, now it's working. It's a little bit tricky, but thank you so much. And that responsibility put us into action in order to how a School of Architecture that includes these disciplines could be effective on creating the platforms. And we would like to share some of them that we define on having this positive impact, so having influence, taking the responsibility of being social actor and create a community that understand themselves as change makers. So that what influences in a positive way is expressed there. How the research and knowledge that typically we create in universities get out from the bubble, let's say, if I can say it that way, in order also to connect and being transformative, so observing in that transformative way, doing applied research, and how also during the panel this morning, our colleagues mentioned something that I really like it, which is this idea of being in a university is a privilege because give you the opportunity to reflect, right? Well, something like that. So take responsibility on that and create spaces for the debate and create a more in our community a more critical point of view also, the reflective part of the community, being a reflective part of the reflective place for the community, lifting up, using the words of my tocayo here, the debate in our communities. And we would like to share a couple of examples on that. I think that maybe it's better. You help me? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, just to show some of our university and our school. This are some of the numbers, just to say that we are a national project. Our university has presence in 26 cities. We have 26 campus, and the school have presence in 19 of them. So taking advantage of that scale, what we are trying to create is a platform for collaboration that is able to connect the local with the national, with good practices, knowledge, and as I already mentioned, having positive impact, observing and raising up the debate in several ways. And for doing that, I also really like what Robert also shown us, this phrase of the city as our labs. Did I mention it well? We have created three labs that we see them as a place where we could bring the different stakeholders to the table. Maybe it is important to stress out that having this reflection for being a lab that have positive impact or outreach as one of the, let's say, sometimes university we say that the third mission of the university, besides teaching, research, is this idea of outreach. This in Mexico, but I think is a global phenomena, is really relevant, since we have discovered that the times that we are living are very characterized in a very, let's say, rising distrust or lack of credibility in institution in our society. In general, in Mexico, something has happened, but we have discovered that universities are the ones that have still this position of trust in general. So we have that space for taking responsibility of being the place where the public, the private, the community, the initiatives can be on the table and imagine a common future. So we see our labs in that sense, and we have 3 labs that are presented there. We have a future design lab, an art lab, and we would like to mention specifically a C lab or a cities laboratory that work in that with that philosophy. Please, next one. This is something that we presented together with the European Cultural Center at Venice Biennale, this is the Mexico map, and it's a catalog, let's say, of 120 projects that are created with this idea of being a platform that works together with community, connecting this idea of teaching, research, and outreach for positive impact through our different activities that we have. We have changed, for instance, our educational model, moving from this idea of projects or project-based learning or the studio, moving more and more for this idea of challenge-based learning. So how could we create this backbone of responsibility from our disciplines on the challenges that we have as a society, and connecting that through all the ecosystem and stakeholders in every community. So more or less, this is a graphic that represents the national, local, and global also discussions and outreach that we are trying to create. And we would like to present, right, Alfredo, 2 or 3 of them in the following slide of these 120 examples of what we are doing in our territory. Please, next one. Just to mention that this idea of labs that I already tried to explain, with that idea, we have reorganized and the way we create knowledge, teach, and create applied research by creating what we call ecosystems. So our academic programs, our labs, our research are connected for creating this kind of platform for positive impact, let's say. And with that, I think I pass you the microphone.
Thank you, Roberto. Robert, everyone, thank you very much. And continues with that, Roberto was talking about that, how in the school we are working about the reimagining the city, but especially transforming the community. I want to talk about one of the 120 projects that we present in the Biennial of Venetian, and is one of the projects that has to be with one of the way that we have find about to work with the community. Next, please. And the name is Tejiendo Comunidad. It's a project with has to be with the public space for children in Campana Altamira. The next one, please. Campana Altamira is a place in the very central part of the Monterrey city, very close for where we have the campus from the Tec de Monterrey, and it's a marginate zone with the people. For example, the next one you can see. The places where the social inclusion is not part of the naturally way that the people were there. And for example, from the kids, they say that the nice things are far away from them. And because of that, when we start to work in a public space in this area, in agreement with the local government and the social foundation, we decide, the next please, working in this place is Plaza La Boquilla, is located in the civic heart of the community, has a lot of problems with the people feeling security and have not all the thing that they need to be comfortable in a public space. And next please. The methodology that we developed in this place was talk with the kids and work with them. Because of that, when we was in the lockdown moment and was not easy to go out to the public space, but was a very important moment to talk about that what was the city that we wanted or that the kids wanted. We developed idea about the Caja para Soñar, and was the project what was developed with a team from C-Lab in Monterrey. And the idea was to develop this box where the kids can keep in all not only the pencils and the drawings, especially their dreams. And they develop with this box. After that, they share with all the community, all the people. The next, please. And there was a lot of idea about that, what they feel, what they need, what was the next, please. The thing that they feel when they talking about the community. And with this information, with these ideas, we develop with them some ideas about how to work in the plaza and reconnect with the natural ecosystem, create a safe place where to play and use, etc., etc. Next, please. And after that, with this information and with experience, we could develop a manual. A manual was a document with recommendations from another places to design a public space, especially talking about the kids, about the children. And that is very interesting because it's a process where we can work in a public space, work with the people, work with the kids, and develop, and in this case, a manual to work in another places that we are right now working with that and share the experience with another communities, universities, people, etc. Next, please. And the other dimension of the way that the school wants to to have influence in our cities and in our communities is to observe. By this way, we create this year an Observatorio Ciudades, Cities Observatory. And why? Because we understand, next please, because for us was very important to understand the dynamics of the city, because we was in the lockdown, and in this moment we have enough information to take some decisions. For example, in our city says don't keep in your home, don't go out, but what's the condition that you have to keep in your home, and what is the possibility that you have to resolve your necessity if you are in home. The observatory was answered the question about why the observatory. We talk about the transforming data in knowledge for decision makers. It was very important to have the information in city like the Mexico City, where we have not enough information. We have a lot of data, but no information how to take decisions, looking for a better quality of life, urban life. We are working with the data analysis, modeling, and scenarios. An open platform is what's very important for that, and take advantage to be close from the decision makers. Next, please. One of the first our research was about the proximity, looking for the question about what happened when you are in home. You have the possibility to go to looking for your meals, to pharmacy or hospital. If you can go by, if you have to walk for that. And what's very interesting, the research that we develop. And next, please. This kind of information can help us to develop a proximity index to understand how is the relationship between the city, the condition that you have to go close from the service you need, and the relationship between the urban sprawl, where you have not this possibility. But another kind of finds with this information was, for example, about the community time. For example, about the mobility in our cities, in Mexico and Latin America, the urban sprawl increased the community time and decreased, because of that, the quality of life. And for example, next please, we work to, well, this is the platform, is the web page that we have, and we can review information for 74 cities in Mexico, all the capital cities from our states and all metropolitan areas in the country, and you have a lot of information about that relation between proximity and another condition of the city. For example, next please. When we talk about the mobility, for example, for our cities in Mexico and Latin America, mobility has a relationship between the mobility from south to north. Almost 36 million of Latin Americans live outside of their native countries, like many of what we are here. People move from the rural to urban areas. Because of that, in Latin America, 80% of the population live in urban areas. And finally, the mobility from the peripheries to a city center was talking about the community time to movement, 2 hours average from the time that the people spend to go to work. Next, please. And because of that, we are working in a project around looking for the future of the mobility. For example, looking for 2040, about what happened with what happened right now with the digital area. We have changed some of condition of our mobility, if we have time from use our time in other kind of quality of life, and what happened with the service. Well, it's one of the things that we are working right now with this kind of information. Thank you. The last one, please, is, for example, a modeling that we develop about what's happening right now with this kind of mobility. Then, when in our cities, for example, we have a couple of nodes in the city where we concentrate the work, the service, and because of that, we have these problems how we live in the city, and we are working to distribute not only the places, also the mechanism we have to move in the city. Thank you, Robert.
And well, just to mention the third point for this idea of taking responsibility of being the platform for elevating the debate and the commitment. We have created several initiatives, but this is one of them. If we could go to the next one, please. We call it the design to come, or el diseño que viene en español, which is a platform where we invite opinion leaders, practitioners, academia, researchers. Also, we invite leaders from public and private sector, mainly to have a discussions regarding our disciplines. And I will say that the main question that is on the table is how to make our disciplines relevant. Since we want to be part of this positive impact that we would like to have facing the challenges that we have. So during the pandemic, we began with this with platform, our debates that happen every month with a panel similar like this, but it's a discussion open to that we do together with the communities, and where we are trying to engage community in these conversations, and also to reflect on which will be the main contribution of our disciplines in the present and in the future. And we could go to the next one, please. And we have done several analyses on that. This is a semantic analysis, which are the main words that come from that. So we have been trying to put different eyes on what the discussions happen. And well, you can see that, imagine that during the pandemic, the main three words were understand, resolve, and generate. And there are some other words that will be the more repeated words during but there are also some method that we use. The next one, please, to reflect on the design to come. Could we go to the next? And also to reflect on some of the shifts that our disciplines are supposed to have. No? We have other 100 slides here, but I think that it is. We will stop here because we want to hear the. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roberto and Alfredo. I'm next pleased to introduce Terry Dreyer and Ian Dreyer. They are founding partners of Nano Architecture Interiors. Terry brings more than 35 years of experience and has successfully designed and managed both new construction and historic renovation projects valued at a total of over $250 million. Ian brings an additional over 25 years of experience in the architecture, construction, and custom furniture design and fabrication world. Nano's philosophy of detail at every scale seems particularly relevant as we watch the scale jump from Buffalo to all of Mexico, and look forward to where this is going to take us. Under Terry and Ian's innovative, forward-thinking leadership, Nano is an internationally recognized, award-winning firm that has made significant waves and precedents within the local, national, and international architectural community. Please welcome Terry and Ian.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me okay? Okay, I'd love to meet Ian and Terry Dreyer. No, I'm just kidding. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to thank the ECC for welcoming Ian and I to the Reimagining the City exhibition or symposium in Chicago. Nano was founded in New Orleans, Louisiana by us over 20 years ago. So this year is actually our 20-year anniversary. And I think I need to get that. You're going to, let's see if it works, if I can work it from this way. Oh, that's okay. I'm going with remembering. I don't know if it's going to work. No. I'm going to go with the next slide, but it may be a little combunkable. Right? Let's go to there.
Okay, so this one,
Just hit that guy? Yep. All right. All right. A little serendipity with our 20-year anniversary. We were invited to exhibit at the ECC Time-Space Existence exhibition for 2021 and have recently won the Architecture Award for the ECC Time-Space Existence. Our presentation, our exhibition, was about the understanding and comparison study of New Orleans and Venice in their culture, identity, topography, and issues surrounding climate change in today, and how we were going to tackle that submerged experience, i.e. the name of the exhibition. That being said, this presentation is a continuation of that idea on how we're going to bring today's sustainability ideas to tomorrow's thriving cities. Let's hope. So to start with the city of New Orleans, it's the city of improvisation, the accidental city, the city that care forgot, and the big easy. Solutions to foreseeable problems usually surfaced as afterthoughts. Early New Orleans raised it to be an organizational principle, and it's remained ever since. It's also my birthplace, which I know probably doesn't matter to you all, but it does to me. We're going to start with the understanding of existence and bring you up to 2005 of Hurricane Katrina. I think we are. Okay. The city of New Orleans is surrounded by bodies of water, namely Lake Pontchartrain on the north, but the most important, the Mississippi River. And our historic taming of that river, of the Mississippi River, largely because without it, we wouldn't exist. And our immediate adjacent need to be next to it is how the city of New Orleans came to be. It's on the highest land that is at the end of the delta of the Mississippi River. It is formulatedly strategically due to trade, supply, demand, and has a great defense. But with that historical context of taming the Mississippi River comes a host of problems. Because as we try to tame it, the city itself has suffered subsidence, largely because we've built beautiful levees, infrastructure, and canals to actually improve and to create a more non-watered down city, I guess, if you could say it that way. And with that, our city is basically sinking. In 1895 to 2000, it's actually, in some areas, decreased up to 10 feet. At dinner the other night, I was with the director of sustainability for the state, and he's talking about sustainability areas in largely of 15 feet. 62% of our energy produced is goes to pumping out water, cleaning water, and producing water, or potable water, drinking water. So these two issues, along with our volatile climate, hurricanes, have caused us to have a centralized systematic failure. New Orleans is a beautiful city comprised of an incredibly deep culture. And at this time, we've had, actually at Hurricane Katrina, we had a systematic federal failure with the Army Corps of Engineers and the levees that have failed, where we had a systematic state and city level where we didn't have an emergency preparedness area, as you can see to the left. And we had an overall systematic failure on all of our energy systems and our water systems. So these three centralized areas of understanding what a city is comprised of: community, government, and infrastructure. Dependence on privately controlled utilities, increased effects of subsidence in lower income areas, and limited engagement. In reference to the government, it's a top-down management system, reactive policies, slow in state, federal, and local aid, and resistance to meaningful change. I don't think we want to really talk about the politics, but the politics have to come up if we're going to have viable solutions moving forward. And last is the infrastructure, which is controlled levees, old river control structures, old ways of thinking, very myopic ideas where we have to fix the infrastructure for the levees, but we're not thinking about how that's going to affect the water and how we're going to live. So disconnected. That being said, I'm going to pass it to Ian.
Testing.
Use
Thanks.
the one that's got the tape.
The tape. Okay, thanks. Post-Katrina, we have seen a movement towards sustainability, a recognition that both by our community, government leaders, and our businesses, that in order to survive, New Orleans has to change. Part of those were enacted at administrative levels. In 2014, the city adopted a new water management plan that alters the way we adjust to water, incorporating working with Mother Nature versus against Mother Nature. In 2015, the administration enacted a series of, I can't read them from here, I apologize, a series of goals and actions, and in 2017, adopted several of the Paris Accord action plan items. Along with that, we've had a huge influx of federal dollars that have reestablished or repaired or re-engineered our flood control systems from levee walls to pumping stations, as well as dredging of our waterways in an attempt to rebuild our shrinking coastline. Unfortunately, a lot of these have unintended consequences. There's a lack of understanding and community involvement, as well as I would call it outdated engineering practices, and some of the unintended consequences have been the flooding of the parishes around us. Some more current thinking and post-Katrina thinking developed through studies of other examples, such as the Netherlands, through the Dutch dialogues, developed systems of water control, allowing water to remain within the city, reducing our levels of subsidence, and increasing community involvement, green space. However, most of these systems in our analysis may have the unintended consequence of dividing communities. Waterways continue to split our communities. Transportation centers are relocated or offset. As part of the outgrowth of New Orleans, though, we are, as part of that system, decentralized systems are emerging. Our reliance on centralized electricity through minor adjustments in our legislative and energy codes are allowing for production of electricity on the individual level, as well as the city has begun incorporating new plans and systems to incorporate more walkability, bike paths. Systems are being enacted both legislatively and at the community level for independent water storage and water reclamation, as well as post-Katrina, the state, along with the New Orleans School Board, opened up our school systems to start looking at charter systems, to start looking at reimagining how we educate a less top-down system. As we look at the diagram Terry introduced, the three legs of the stool begin to overlap. Advantages previously unincorporated are now beginning to be realized between community and government overlap. Community groups are acting as a back and forth communication rather than purely top down. Government and private industry are working together to develop alternative methods and decentralized systems of infrastructure. And even our infrastructure systems are beginning to be shared with community levels, with independent water reclamation and energy production. Moving forward, Nano theorizes a bridging solution, a future beyond just sustainability. At our current level, Nano theorizes that sustaining is just keeping our head above water, if you'll excuse the pun. And we need to look forward more innovation, to new systems, to a thriving community. While recognizing our cultural history and the importance of our cities and the way our past, our histories, we have to begin looking at how we created distributed systems that overlap all four, what we now consider four legs of our stool, from the community, economy, governance, and the environment. Any project, our past projects, and I'm going to stop being so formal, I apologize. Our past projects, as we look at infrastructure projects, and our sustainability projects, have been unilateral or single-minded in their purpose. A highway divides a community, as we've all noted. A park is only used as a park. How do we build upon the structures we have? How do we make them multi-use, multi-level, to satisfy more than a single need? We have diminishing funding, obviously. Post-Katrina, in the event of another major hurricane, I think our community has realized the federal government, we can't rely on the federal government to repeatedly come back and bail us out. How are we as a community going to lift ourselves up and become thriving beyond just sustaining?
Oh, hello? Can y'all hear me okay? Sorry. Okay, yes. So with that, as Ian had just stated, we started with this centralized system. We went to a decentralized, passive solar panels, the idea of rain barrels, private-public partnerships, to an idea of distributed systems, where the actual users and the legislative leaders are all working in combination so that you have opportunities surrounding all, and it's a passive relationship, a back and forth, if you will, versus instead of top down or bottom up, it's all together. So here is the city of New Orleans as you see it today. Hoping this works. Yes. Here's 2021, right? Here's 2030. Here's 2100. Here's what's left. I know that sounds negative, but there are positives to this. So, that being said, we have to look at every system that we have to try to identify and see what we can do to start the process of rebuilding, thriving, regenerative. That being said, we start with the governmental approach, right? This is the government. These are the districts split up by the city council, has been remaining in existence for over 200 years. These are the government officials, and this is how the city of New Orleans' occupants get their voices heard. The next is the sewer lines, and the sewage and water board is what we call it, both underground and overground. And these are all the different waterways that are man-made waterways that are being developed or are still in process and are utilized. Next is the protection of the levees itself and all of the water management systems that we have to interplay with, both a combination of man-made and natural-made, because it goes along the Bayou St. John and the surrounding waterways. The next are the pumps. These pumps have been in existence since 1920 and have actually been recently upgraded and are slated to be upgraded even more with the bills that are out. Next is a very important part. That's the massive subsidence that's occurring in the most areas. We have to work with this area. We have to understand where it is, what needs are in that area, and to make sure that we don't disparate the people that are in that area. This is the evacuation plan that must exist, because during our love of the city of New Orleans, it's got a volatile climate that we have to address and make sure that all of our needs are met by people with special needs, and not to evacuate the city in times of a hurricane, as well as to stay if they can. The next is what we propose. Nano's proposal is in understanding, oddly enough, from another project. An average person can walk 1 mile without being tired and having any issues, right? Overexerted. It's a 10 to 15 minute walk depending upon your age and flexibility. We propose putting in nodes within a 1-mile radius across the city of New Orleans, and those nodes are there for the benefit of the neighborhood within them. These bridged areas, as we call them, as we focus, we are going to be focusing on 3 proposed ideas and solutions, or the beginning of a solutions for our bridging, if you will. Want to take it from here?
So each one of these projects fundamentally starts as an evacuation center, but then again layers a system of community involvement and a way of creating a node of, call it symbiosis. Each would require that they provide shelter, that they would provide the ability for health in the moment of a hurricane, the emergency food, obviously water. I don't know if anybody here was tracking the Ida event. The city began utilizing our buses as cooling stations. Typically our hurricanes hit at the height of the summer. Temperatures can easily hit 100 degrees plus. Our electricity was knocked out for over a week. Heat, water, communications is a major issue. But on top of that simple layer of just survival and sustaining, we think of these nodes as ideas as regenerative. How do we both combine neighborhoods that have been divided by our infrastructure, but also reincorporate ideas of community, walkability, and new centers of interaction? Looking, as we all do in our architecture, at our surroundings and our precedents, we look at the nature around us. Our relationship, obviously, to water, both in its benefit. We've talked a lot about the water as a threat. I'm wearing a tie that's nothing but clams and oysters. Our seafood is essential to us. While we love water, it can be dangerous. Our culture. New Orleans survives because of its culture. Our bands, our Native American, not Native American, sorry, I get choked up. Our Indians, our jazz, our music, our food. The setting in which we stand and the setting that could be our future. We are currently an island. We will only become more so. And then looking to the past with the Ponte Vecchio, looking at the outages and our vulnerabilities to power outages and water infiltration, but also the beauty of the opportunities that the infrastructure around us provides.
Oh, look, I'm going to use Ian's. Hey, y'all. Okay. All right. I'm ready to get a little more informal. So once again, these are the beginning ideas, right? We're in the concept stage. But Site 1 consists of reclaiming the cloverleaf, the largest interstate, the interstate, the largest mode of transportation that cuts through the city of New Orleans is I-10 and goes across the entire Gulf Coast region of the United States of America and leaves barren land around it. So the idea would be, oh, by the way, the previous picture was at this area that I'm about to show you, where a lot of people had to climb up to or walk up to get helped and retrieved after Hurricane Katrina, is to actually put it back into a water park where there's opportunity for pedestrian bike paths above and in between the interstate is a solar panel system and a transit hub that has a stairway that gets people up there in case there's any kind of an emergency, and allows for the opportunity for geothermal water, cleaning water, solar panels, bus stop for cooling stations, also power through the solar panels at any given time during an emergency situation, but also the opportunity for what we love to call festivals. It happens every day in the city of New Orleans, but it provides an opportunity for small business to get their name out there, whether it's through art, public food, music, or whatnot. But it's the idea of reclaiming barren land and providing an opportunity for people to gather and also be saved if they needed to during our natural disasters. Second site?
Nope, got it. The second site is sited on top of an existing bridge that spans Bayou St. John, which was a historic waterway into the city of New Orleans from Lake Pontchartrain. To the northwest is the edge of City Park. To the southwest, a largely residential neighborhood devoid of, and lower land largely reclaimed and part of that major subsidence area, but also largely devoid of any commercial access. We envision a renovated bridge, again, building on the foundations of the existing bridge, that reactivates the bayou itself as a recreational area, creates elevated evacuation area. Underneath would be occupiable to regenerate the idea of a commercial walkable district within the area and linking back to the park, which is separated by some 4 to 5 lanes of high-speed traffic. Again, it's about trying to link communities back to each other or to their surrounding areas while also allowing them to be protected.
Going back to the optimized criteria, every one of these projects must have a multi-use program. Duality in program is key for these proposed solutions. Number 3 is an opportunity to reclaim Claiborne Overpass. There's an area within the city of New Orleans at the Lafitte Greenway Park and Claiborne Avenue. Claiborne Avenue in the 1950s had the 610 overpass, which actually separated an African-American minority community, the Treme area, from the business and French Quarter area. It's a bone of much contention, and I think it's important for all of us to start thinking about how are these ways, and we're all talking about it, but how can we bring these communities back together? Duality, purpose, and not only natural, in providing natural ways for us to escape or emergency preparedness, but also to come together. That area is Lafitte, and you see it here. And this is an opportunity to actually take over the interstitial space between the Claiborne Overpass, to actually blow it apart in the center. There's 8 lanes. We can put the interstate on top of the 2 that are on the natural ground instead, open it up to an idea of a park and a farming area for the neighborhood, use the interstitial space for emergency preparedness, small business markets, and to take it back over with a stairway up to that interstate so that if there is an emergency place, we can get it back, we can have them evacuate. Thank you. And these are the opportunities. Here you go. So it shows that you've got split levels, bridges that create paths from Lafitte Greenway over to the west side of the French Quarter, drainage systems, and you still keep the overpass, but you do this in scalpel approach versus blowing it all out, because most of the city of New Orleans doesn't really want Claiborne Overpass to go away, but they want it fixed so that they can utilize it in a far better manner than it is at this point. And I think that's important, that we listen to the community. At the end, we're in thriving. We're leaving it open-ended at this time because we want to see what everyone else has to say, but more importantly, this is the bridging, this is the liminal, and we're not at thriving yet, but this is a beginning.
I would only add that the basis of our projects build off of this idea of distributed systems, and the idea that not only do we need to look at sustainability methodologies that we're already practicing, but to move beyond those sustainabilities, to move towards collaborative and holistic visions that incorporate multi-layer formations that build not only on the systems we already have in place, because we can't afford to just tear them down and rebuild them, but to think of them as means to regenerate and undo some of the damage we've done and bring back not only our communities back together, but also our environments back together and reduce our impact and actually undo the harm. Thank you.
Give it up. So I'm going to suggest everybody stand up. Just stand up. Yeah, get up. Maybe even move a little bit. And then sit down. Yeah, okay. Thank you. The passion of these first two cycles is just inspiring, and I look forward to two more short vignettes. Off we go. Next is Don Weinrock, FAIA. He's a partner at, and I'm going to say this wrong, so you're going to help me. Ennead? Ennead. Thank you. Ennead Architecture. He's been with them for 30 years, working across typologies with a particular emphasis on delivering transformative architectural solutions for academic, cultural, research, and humanitarian institutions. Some of his notable New York projects include New York Hall of Science, the David H. Koch Foundation, Koch Center for Cancer Care at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, and the Brooklyn Museum, in addition to managing major projects. Don's responsible for Ennead's technology development, leading the implementation of new ways in which architectural computing can advance the firm's practice. Don also has a leadership role in Ennead Lab, the firm's research and development arm. Please welcome Don to the...
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, ECC, and thank you all for staying awake. I hope we'll keep you awake. So let's see. Will it work? No. Oh, it worked. Oh no, I went too far. Okay. Now I have to go back one. All right, let's see. Forward. Okay, great. So Ennead is an international practice. We have our main office in New York, and we have another office which continues to grow in Shanghai. So in total, we're at about 280 people. I think there are 240 in New York, 40 in Shanghai. We were founded in the early 1960s by James Stewart Polshek, and the firm has evolved continuously up to the present day. So it's hard to believe it, but we will soon hit our 60th anniversary, which is kind of amazing. This map is really just meant to illustrate a combination of the places where we work and the places where our very international staff come from. So I'll keep going. And in terms of some of the projects that we've done, which may be familiar to you or perhaps not, a lot of work in the public realm, the Brooklyn Museum at the upper left, a new performance hall in Shenzhen on the right, a wastewater treatment plant also in New York, and of course the Standard Hotel on the High Line, each of which have been catalysts transforming their neighborhoods. So given today's theme, I thought it would be interesting to explore the intersection of infrastructure and context and how in different circumstances these create opportunities for cities to develop. And in this sense, infrastructure means physical stuff and context means intangible forces. Could be an economy, could be a crisis, could be something else. So I have 3 case studies. So the first one will explore the intersection of urban growth and historic fabric. The next, a brownfield intersecting with the new economy. And the last one is about forced migration. So in the first example, the result of this intersection is an opportunity to preserve character. And this is a project ongoing in Shanghai. It's at the site of the former Hero pen factory. So for fountain pen aficionados, Hero was the Chinese version of Waterman or Cross. So our charge here was to do 2 things. One, create a vision for a new, much larger development, as one has come to expect as the norm in major Chinese cities, but also, and this is the somewhat refreshing change here. Let's see if this thing will go. Well, try one more time. Sure. You have better luck than me. You are good at this. I'm bad at this. Okay. Well, there it goes. I don't know what I missed. But anyway, you can see here on the site that this is an animation that's just going to kind of run to give you a sense of its position in the city. So it's in a large park district intersected by major subway lines, some existing, some planned. And this whole strip along that major boulevard is all part of one large redevelopment. So now we're zooming in on the Hero site. The smaller scale buildings are the existing former factory buildings, and the high-rise buildings that toward the upper left are the new development. Yeah, let's give it a go. Oh, there we go. All right. So you can see how the site is subdivided into the historic district and the contemporary site. And let's hit it again. Okay, so some of the really beautiful historic textures that you find in Shanghai, bridges, roof profiles, gardens, alleyways, proportions of windows, all of these things are really important to the topic of memory, and the sense of pride that grew up in this place is something that refreshingly came to be valued and wasn't just erased like so much of the fabric in cities of this type. So here's the redeveloped pen factory. These buildings can be put to, or are being put to, various commercial and office purposes, which are appropriate to Shanghai's current economy. Let's see. You can see some of those textures at a larger scale of alleys, gardens, bridges, small walkways, internal gardens, beautifully proportioned, beautifully scaled. They have a lovely degree of informality also, so this all existed. And then the challenge here was to take that DNA and transpose it, understand it, and develop into something that is of a larger scale but doesn't lose the character and become too much of a disjunction. And I think the animation will probably tell the story. So there's a kind of low-rise component in the new section that then gets built up into a series of well-proportioned streets, alleys, and gardens, and then ultimately grows up into these taller buildings that rise up over it, but don't destroy that ground plane. Yeah, with the gardens on terraces. So here you can see, a kind of emphasis on the low-rise, some new components that retain that proportion, and then the taller pieces that also have elements to break down the scale, repeat proportions of the original historic texture, repeat colors, obviously not repeating materials literally, but still hopefully providing a very nice continuum that respects and reinforces the power of this once great and now great again place. All right, yeah. Okay, there it is. So these are some of the benefits that resulted from this intersection. The respect for an industrial past, honoring memory, preservation of valuable urban texture, and what I'm calling a kind of sympathetic attitude towards growth, preservation and amplification of green spaces, and repetition of materials, colors, details, and proportions. So we can go on. And thank you very much for doing this.
I'm happy to help.
Yeah. So the next set of intersections is a brownfield site in New Jersey, just immediately west of Lower Manhattan, and this economy that is just starting to burst on the scene in New York, which is an intersection of academic and commercial life science research. So the opportunity here was to create something that is labeled as the 15-minute city, and I'll explain what that is in a minute. So when the next slide comes up, you'll notice this kind of arc. There it is. Okay. So, there we go. Okay. No, that's fine. Yes, that's perfect. So you can see Manhattan there and the Hudson River. And that brown arc is what we're calling the bio arc, and it kind of connects a series of locations within the city where life science is going on, either in academics or beginning to develop in a commercial context, and these two have a very symbiotic relationship. And then this site became available in New Jersey, and you can see the bottom of the brown arrow crossing the river, and all of these locations are, they tend to have cropped up around pre-existing academic institutions, but then the commercial side is growing up there, and they're very well connected by existing transit infrastructure, including crossing over to New Jersey. So that created a great opportunity to cross the river in a way that was not a particular impediment. So we can go on. So the vision for this new site, which is called the Cove, you can see it over there on the left. It's on an inlet that used to be involved in transportation and freight and moving things back and forth across the river into New York City proper. Immediately to the south is Liberty State Park. You can just see the little island where the Statue of Liberty is, just peeking in off the screen. So Liberty State Park has a major public science center and a planned kind of science-themed public high school, which is going to be developed very proximate to the site that you see more emphasized in the rendering. Please. So here we are, looking a little bit closer. Again, there are resiliency issues here. New York is subject to severe storm events, not as bad as New Orleans, but just wait, it's coming, it's happened, and we're looking to you for inspiration for sure. So the development at the ground plane has to deal with resiliency. Everything is at or elevated above grade. A lot of landscape planning to intercept and manage stormwater runoff before it re-enters the river, and the site is also separated from the rest of the landmass of New Jersey by I-95, which you see rendered in a way that makes it look far more pleasant than it actually is. So we can keep going. So in cross-section, the development, and this is where the 15-minute component comes in, is conceived as a complete environment that can support people's living, people working, people learning, people playing, people researching, people engaging culture, food, and all of the key elements of urban life without ever having to get into a car, which is, one could say, a very European model, a very traditional model, but one that's a bit hard to find in the United States, and certainly very hard to find in brownfield developments that are not kind of cropping up within an existing city where these things already exist. So we can go on. So, oh, can we go back one? Yeah, thanks. So again, some of the things that I just talked about, live, work, play, the creation of significant public space, a bit of a blurring of lines between work and living, which this project started before the pandemic began, and as it's unfolded, it certainly has changed people's work-life patterns, and the need to be proximate to work or working from home is a new reality. And then obviously this link to supporting public education just by some integration of programs and institutional partnerships. Okay, now we can go on. And then the last one that I'll talk about is about the intersection of forced migration and prolonged crises. And this is a project that we've been doing as under the umbrella of ENIAD Lab, which is an arm of the firm, and if you're curious about it, you can go to eniadlab.org as opposed to eniadlab.com, and if you want to see more about it. So we developed a relationship with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and began this project called Rethinking Refugee Communities, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit. Third time's a charm. Yeah, great. So this began as a collaboration, ENIAD, the UN, and Stanford University, and we can go on. Thank you again. Yeah. So this is interesting because I think it relates a bit to some of the things that have been talked about already, and we'll zoom in on some of these. But what we were interested in figuring out is how can we help the UN pre-plan for contingencies that have not yet broken out, and you might not know exactly where or when they'll happen, but they will happen. So they need pre-planning tools, how to respond in an emergency condition to keep people safe and alive, how to shepherd a transition, how to arrive at a sustainable final state, and ultimately come to an integrated plan, or maybe it's an exit strategy if, and this happens very rarely now, refugees actually are given the choice of returning home. Nowadays, I think the average stay in a refugee camp is well over 20 years, so it's no longer fitting the model that the UN planned for after World War II, which was plan for a 2-year accommodation, then you get to go home. Not so anymore. Yeah, I think it's 21 or anyway, it's going in all the wrong directions. So in terms of contingency planning, what we did was we created kind of a catalog of basic needs that a community needs, and they're mapped on the one hand, what can be provided in the refugee settlement, and on the right, what do the hosts have? You can go on, please. And then you need to make sure that at least the basics are satisfied. And if the hosts can't provide it, the refugees have to provide it through humanitarian partners or government partners. And then as time goes on, you can provide more and more shared resources. And in many cases, if a host community is lacking a fundamental resource, it can be developed with enough capacity to support both refugees and hosts, so it becomes a win-win. And one of the ideas behind this was, rather than having host governments and host communities take measures to keep refugees out, to create competitions to have refugees come because of the resources that will come with them. And surprisingly, that's actually had a little bit of success, which is kind of cool. So that theory has some legs. And then finally, you wind up with something that benefits everyone. So we can go on. The first project that we did after developing this theoretical underpinning was to help the UN design a refugee settlement for Congolese who had been expelled from Congo and needed someplace to go, so they were pushed into Rwanda. And I think there were 10,000 people who were going to arrive 2 months after we were given this assignment, so it all happens very fast. So this is what the site looks like. Local people from a nearby village, mostly subsistence farmers, leveling the site to create room for refugees to place their shelters. So next, please. And what our scope was to analyze the site from a kind of site zoning, site planning, identify where there are hazards, identify where the best uses of various pieces of the site might be, using tools that we had that, shockingly, the UN didn't have yet at the time. So this was all part of a toolkit that we helped develop and exercise for them. We can go on. And then finally develop a more idealized site plan. And those little circles are probably a bit hard to read, but what they really, each one of them contains some feature that we felt was really important to civic life. So places of celebration, places of gathering, places for markets to be held, and places for this community to have a meaningful and productive relationship with the host community in the small village nearby. So, no, that's fine. No, that's good. So that was an interesting first exercise, and it kind of fit the architect's first wish, which is to create a kind of utopian vision. But it's actually, in hindsight, probably a misdirection, because most refugees don't want to live out in the countryside. They want to go to cities because that's where the opportunities are. So as we learned that, we started coming up with other models focusing a bit more on urban integration, which is, I think, far more complex in many ways. So we'll look at a couple of them here. Yep. So the first one, it didn't go far past a kind of theoretical framework, but the idea here, as you go through the timeline that you see marching across the bottom, a refugee settlement on the one side, an existing community on the other side, those represented by the grids. And then if a piece of civic infrastructure like a health center is located in the middle rather than belonging to one of them, the two communities will begin to grow toward each other and develop interactions. And this would be a case where neither community had this to begin with. So placing it in a kind of neutral position, the theory was, would stimulate growth and mutual benefit. So next. Another model that we looked at, and I don't know, Bob, if this is going to interest you or make you mad after showing us what you showed about Buffalo, but we'll take a chance, was looking at something that we called urban integration or urban inoculation, which is looking for empty places in existing cities that are in decline where there may be land available, depopulation has happened, but there's this fantastic infrastructure sitting there underground waiting for people to plug into. And it's also very interesting in the context of refugee crises that most host countries, by law, do not allow the creation of infrastructure. And in some cases, so you can't have electricity, you can't have sewers, you can't have plumbing, you can't have anything that reeks of permanence. And in many cases, you can't use concrete because it's too permanent. So you have to use flimsy, bad things, and then very dangerous ad hoc infrastructure grows up spontaneously. So this was a bit of a thought exercise. We go on, thank you. We looked at a city, and we weren't trying to pick on Gary, Indiana. We just said, okay, let's find a city that has a curve like this where there's a population peak, I think, in the mid-1960s, and now the population is less than 50% of what it originally was. And what has that done to the city? Next. So we were able to map where there was vacant residential property, vacant commercial property, and vacant, let's call it civic facilities, schools, firehouses, and the like, and begin to theorize in those three blue ovals that you see in the top diagram, which seem to be the most depopulated areas. If those got filled in, let's say, with a refugee population that needed a place to go, the city that was really kind of receding and evaporating because of all these holes in it could begin to be reborn. So next. And then the last one that, actually maybe that was the last one. Well, I don't know, let's see. Let's go one more. Oh no, so let's go back one. All right, good, so we're done. The big realization here was that people weren't really thinking of refugee settlements as cities, and if you do, a lot of interesting answers and potential comes to mind. That infrastructure is really the precursor for how these places evolve, how humane they are, frankly, and that when you're dealing with the context of a refugee crisis, there's no value in talking about how long is it going to last, because no one knows, and it's probably longer than anyone can imagine. So our attitude is we don't care how long it's going to last. For as long as it lasts, it needs to be a good place to live. And if you can do that, then there are all sorts of opportunities for mutual benefit, and that there are ways to leverage available aid to benefit all parties. Thank you.
So far from making me angry, we have arable land, lots of water, and underutilized infrastructure. Come on in. So thank you very much. Lovely done. We're not going to introduce Martin Anzellini. Yeah, okay. Architect, director of the urban projects at Pro Bogota region. He is a designer, a researcher, and manager of projects of different scales, locations, and characteristics within the private and public sectors, as well as in the academy. So he's all of us. No pressure. Pro Bogota region is a nonprofit, private, independent, nonpartisan, and neutral membership organization founded in 2014 by 30 top companies in Colombia interested in contributing to the sustainable development of Bogota and the region. Say hello to Martin Anzellini.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She's really good at that.
Yeah. Thank you, ECC. Thank you guys for bringing us together here. I want to be concrete, just to give space for the conversation. And I want to make the point on the urban crisis. I mean, I want to talk about the situation of fast-growing cities, mainly in the developing world. We have seen examples here of this situation of our relation with the environment, the construction of communities, the consumption of energy, and all these problematics that we all know. I want to touch 4 themes, not randomly, but very heterogeneous themes that you will be along these following slides, that are related to a reaction to this fast growing as planners, reaction to informality, to understand informal settlements, so-called informal settlements, as a situation, and to find creative ways to react to them. Pertinent multi-scalar urban renovation strategies. And another fourth point, which is related to rural housing, so rurality. I will try to... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, modern cities have failed. We see it here. This is the valley of the Magdalena River, the second biggest river on the Caribbean after the Mississippi. We have the same conditions, but in a country without the capacity of generating infrastructure in such a fast way as the US. Please go on. On your right, you will see these spontaneous vernacular constructions that are having a different relation with the atmosphere and the environment as the modern developments. Here we have the favela, vertical favela of Sao Paulo, an abandoned office building that became, that was occupied by settlers, the so-called without roof, and that lived there without a sewage system, without pumping water, without electricity, but they are right in the city center, and their only choice is, their only option is to go and live there. On your right, you see the city of Neuchâtel in Switzerland that was occupied or generated in a more, let's say, organic way, sustainable and pertinent way. Here on your left, you see the common social housing development in Ahmedabad. Could be Colombia, could be Brazil, could be Philippines, and but we are just seeing here how we are having this very wrong relation with the livelihood in general. No, so the technical, typological, ecological, aesthetical elements of this modern city are leaving a lot of things to think, to reflect about. So let's start with after this reflection, let's start with this first theme that is related to urban growth. There is a video. I'm sorry, the music of the video is a little bit dramatic. Bogota is a 7 million people city with a region of 9 million people that have been growing along the savanna of Bogota. You don't see it there, we see it here in the screen. There are little lights from the indigenous communities that were living there along this whole period. Maybe you can see these little dots. This could be any Latin American city. Then the city was founded there, you see the spot. And it stayed like that for almost 4 centuries. And then in the last century that happened. As you see, the time slows down because the explosion was too fast. And this is Bogota today. We are in a very beautiful savanna surrounded by mountains. And this is just an algorithm of what will happen if we keep growing as we were growing in the last 50 years. We will occupy the whole flat land around the city. And I mean, maybe we can continue. There is another alternative of a more planned, compact development. Of course, this is just to generate reflections about how the city should grow. No? We are already the densest city in the Western Hemisphere. We have more or less 200 inhabitants per acre, compared to a city as Atlanta that have 10. No? So this is good. We are already a dense city, and we are a city that still grows, that still gets denser and denser. So this is the project that is being developed by Pro Bogota. You see the city in the middle and these shapes from the municipalities. Bogota is a capital district that doesn't have a political relation with the municipalities around. We are working in 3 of these polygons. I don't want to explain precisely what is happening along these projects, but we are working on long-term multi-municipality projects. We can go to the next one, please. Here you see on your left, there is 3 municipalities. This is a project that is starting to be developed. We are talking here, I mean, the whole polygon is around 7,000 acres. And it will receive, in the following 12 years, we are hoping to receive around 2 million houses in the whole polygon. So an analysis in the one in the middle is another polygon that will receive mainly bicycle paths, parks, and a big agro park that will become an innovation exchange center. On your right, in the on the southwestern part of the city, there is another polygon that have also other projects that are related more with the very fast-growing development of these areas. The renovation along this lake that you see on the bottom right part of the screen, that was a very beautiful lake that now is one of the most polluted lakes because the Bogota River have been polluted along these last 60 or 70 years, and there is a big project of bringing the city back to life. So I just wanted to show you these 3 examples of big-scale, long-term design before the city arrives. I mean, the city will arrive somehow, and we have to plan it, and we have to think how this public realm, these public values will generate the city that we want. Let's pass to the following slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about informality. This is the city the village of Old Gurna in Egypt. From the tomb diggers, this village should have originally for more than 1,000 years, even 2,000, 3,000. And it has been growing with this organic shape as all the settlements in the world. No? We could be talking about Italy, we could be talking about the indigenous developments in Colombia and whatever. Let's go to the next one, please. This is the city of Jodhpur. I took this picture recently. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it is also a slum. No? And the following one is the locality of Usme in Bogota that is understood as a slum. It could be, this could be any Latin American city, no? And we call it informal, but there is a form here. There is a clear form here. It is not a Cartesian form. It is not the form of Brasilia, of Washington, from a projected city. It's the form of an organic development that was born in a different way. There are lots of qualities here. There is a very strong social cohesion. It is beautiful. There is an economic model behind this, which is not based in formal economy by credits or so, but it is developed by a different economy. So these are just things that we have to learn from. Of course, there are big problems, mainly 3 problems, and maybe you can go to the following one: is accessibility, seismic resistance, and let's say, the availability of services, public space, pumping water, sewage systems, and so on. So how can we, learning from this spontaneity, organicity, I am sorry if I invent words in English, learning from that, we can use those values and trying to solve the problematics that such a development still have. So this is let's say a prototype. Let's go to the following one, on which we developed this idea of bringing a big infrastructure that provides these elements: security, so seismic resistance, services, so pipes, basically, and accessibility, staircases, elevators, ramps, hallways, and so on. And that we left the space empty. Let's go to the following one, please. For the people to occupy it. This was an academic project that we developed with Javeriana University. We left the space empty so the people could put a shop, increase the size of the house, and we were talking more about cubic meters instead of square meters. This was an exercise that was oriented in such a way. Let's go to the following one, please. This is the house, the interior of the house. That again was just an example of this box, this empty space could become, depending on the necessities of every family, let's say, or every holder. Another, let's say, approach to informality, this is the locality, the barrio of Ciudad Bolívar in southwestern Bogota. There you see the station of the cable car. Let's go to the following one. In many Latin American cities, starting from Medellin, then Manizales in Colombia, Rio de Janeiro, La Paz, and now Bogota have developed this system that became very successful in bringing the people up to the hills, to the slums, to the neighborhoods that were invading the ecological structure of the mountains that are surrounding the cities. In this case, we were working, let's go to the following one, please, on this infography. It was not so complex. We were working very hard for 4 years with the government of the city on this project that consists in 26 infrastructures along the cable car with an investment that was bigger than the cable car itself to generate basically public space and public facilities for this neighborhood that have, as I said before, very strong elements, social cohesion, beauty, and so on. But there is a big lack of these public social infrastructures and public spaces. So we developed this document and a WhatsApp group on which we had relation with all these institutions for the city. From the city is the institution of recreation and sport, the institution of public health, the institution of culture, and so on. And we developed this big project. Let's go to the following one. We also developed this little book with guidelines, very simple guidelines, graphic again with a simple way that we were saying, like try to open the ground floor, try to use the rooftop as a facade, and so on. And these projects have been developed. We reserve the land, and we provide the land, the documents of the land, to the institutions of the city. Let's go to the following one, please. And these are some of the projects that have been developed. This is already a little bit old. There are 3 cultural centers. There is a museum for the informal city. There is a center for services, for subsidizes. There are plazas, parks, markets, and these projects have been developed by the institutions of the city with a very strong participation from the community. As you see, some architectures are more, let's say, fancy, more pretty, and some others are more normal and humble, but we tried to encourage the institutions to develop, to adapt or to respect these values that I was mentioning before. Let's go. This is this strategy of TOD, let's say, transport-oriented development was brought to the strategy for the first metro line of Bogota that is already being built too on a much bigger scale. This is the first line. As I said, it is being built. There are 16 stations that pass through very heterogeneous contexts, and we try to react in different ways to these contexts. Some of them are allowing to generate big urban renovation, high rises, and so on. Some others need a more delicate, not more delicate, more like low-scale, community-based development. So we developed, let's go to the following one, please. These strategies, this is just an example. This is one of the stations. This is the actual context. Let's go to the following one. This is the context with the metro line. We learned from cities as Chicago that we should bring to the side buildings all the staircases, the technical rooms, and so on, and keep in the urban profile in the street as less as possible, just a little roof for the stop. And then these side buildings allow to generate like towers that will, as for example Hong Kong does it, that can bring economic businesses for the city to pay for the acquisition of public space and so on. And then a project that is like another scale, that is this urban renewal that should be developed in different ways according to the conditions of every station. This is one case, hypothetical. And then, yeah, please. And these are other cases. No, we did the study of every station. This is being developed, and so the city provides the norm, and with a PPP model, there could be different businesses, different urban projects on every station. Some of them, as I said, are allowing us to generate like big scale downtown projects, and some other need a more small scale reactions. This is one of the examples. You see on the top right the metro station. On the sides there are the parallel buildings with the facilities, and then there is this project on one of the most delicate spaces in Bogota. Bogota is a very unequal city full of problems, but probably the worst problem of the city was called the Bronx. We had our Bronx that was much worse than the Bronx, as we all know. Let's go to the following one. These were the pictures that were in Google Maps a couple of years ago. Now you don't see these pictures, you don't find these pictures. I am lucky that I got them from Google Maps. It was basically the center of drug addiction in the city. The place got dismantled, some of the buildings were demolished, some others were kept to keep the memory. Many people died there. There was prostitution from children, there was guns, it was really hell here, this place. So using the opportunity of the metro line, we developed this project that will become, let's say, cultural, commercial center, weaving up together what was the Bronx, this street that now is an empty space, mainly empty space, with another building that used to be the Faculty of Medicine of the National University of Colombia. These are some sketches of the project. It is more like, let's say, a market. This is another project of urban renewal, a small scale. We are talking here about Central Falls in the periphery of Providence. Students from Javeriana in Colombia and RISD went here to do some, let's say, philanthropy. And this empty plot that used to be a parking plot where the children from a high school were passing every day became, we wanted to make it become something different. It is a settlement with a lot of, not the problems of the Bronx of Bogota, but other kind of very strong problems, no? Loneliness, drug addiction, prostitution again. Let's go to the following one. Next, please. And we developed this plaza with this pavilion that was weaving up some of the spaces that were the most important spaces in Central Falls on this suburban community of Rhode Island. It is a mainly Hispanic community. Now this space is being activated. The community is very empowered, and they use it for doing Christmas events, and they do markets, and they do Zumba and some other things that are happening here. Again, small scale and medium scale as the one before, and also big scale projects for urban renewal. Let's go to the following one. I think we are passing to the last item, which is rurality. I will show very briefly 4 examples. Again, we can talk about every one of them for 1 hour of inputs for rural housing. The argument here is very simple, is we have to keep rurality alive. If we want to avoid the people to go to the cities, we have to generate good opportunities in rural areas for the people to stay there. No? Imagining the people, the farmers, the campesinos on a different way will allow us or will allow them to stay in their lands. Probably they will not be farmers. They will produce microchips or whatever, but they will still have a rural environment and a rural, let's say, I don't know if it is the correct word, but behavior. No? This project is a book that was the main input for the policy of rural housing of Bogota, on which we were imagining social housing in a different way. Normally, social rural housing was doing as urban. Of course, all of rural housing projects in Colombia have been abandoned because rural people don't live in urban projects in the countryside. So they use the houses that the government builds for their chicken, for storing the rice, and so on. So we are thinking about other elements such as productivity in the house, such as what we call progressive development, so desarrollo progresivo, so the houses that have to have the possibility of changing a long time depending on their needs, on the conditions of the family, on the economic capacities, and so on. So this became after an architectural competition, it became the technical guideline for the social housing policy, rural social housing policy of Bogota. Another example, please go to the next one. This is my most recent work. I am very proud and happy with this project. As maybe some of you know, we have had a war in Colombia for more than 50 years, terrible war, many people died. Recently, there have been a peace process, pretty successful, in terms that there is no such a war now. We are still a violent country with a lot of challenges, but the war, as we knew it, it is different now. And these guys that were, when I was a child, these guys were the bad guys. The guerrilleros were really the bad guys. They were like the Taliban. Actually, last week, American government eliminated them from the terrorist list. No? And we were going, these guys, after the disarmament, they were grouped in these kind of military compounds. Some of them went to the slums of the city. Some of them had land and went to their farms. And some of them, the ones that don't have anything, because they went to the guerrilla when they were children. They don't have family. They don't have even a wisdom as farmers because they were at war. Now they are there waiting for someone to do something. And we were there with the university, and we developed with them this project that is divided basically in 4 parts: a territorial analysis, some guidelines for urbanism, some guidelines for the, let's say, middle scale of the neighborhood, and then some guidelines for the house and the technical elements. We worked with them very closely for 1.5 years, and now this book for them is the preliminary design to find resources, mainly from the government, to build this new village. Now they have a land, and they are starting to build their first houses. It is a book. I have all the PDF if someone wants to share it later. Another example of this rural empowerment is this. I will be a little bit faster. Next, please. Is this book that is called Vernacular Techniques. This was founded by the USAID. It is basically an instruction manual to develop vernacular techniques that are existing in northern Colombia, in the Caribbean region. So it is a step-by-step book that shows, it is a way, of course, of preserving this knowledge, but also to put this knowledge available for architects, engineers, and also mainly for the communities, so they can develop these techniques, let's say, on an easy way. So we learn a lot from masons, constructions, carpenters, and so on. And the last example is this book that we recently published, that is a manual for tourism in another region that was very hit by this war in Colombia, for increasing the qualities of the houses, of rural social housing, and to make them available for tourists. So how people can somehow improve their houses, they can live there, and slowly we will start receiving tourists. I'm sure that the tourism in Colombia will become tremendously important. We have a beautiful country that have been isolated because of these conditions, and there is a beautiful opportunity to generate these touristic infrastructures. Again, we didn't design a project, a final project. We developed just a methodology, a matrix of alternatives. And this brings me to the last slide of the presentation, that is, again, a social housing methodology, matrix, on which we designed like 9 modules for the day and the night. The ones from the night are the ones with the zinc roofs. The ones for the day are the ones with the palm roofs, that had different characteristics. So rooms, service spaces, and open spaces, and were additioned according to the needs of every family. So it was a matrix of like 36 alternatives of housing that were generated by the development of 9 different modules that could be additioned depending on the needs of every family. Again, this is the argument of rurality as an opportunity to understand the relation with the territory. Thank you. I think this is the last one.
I want you all to congratulate the panel. We still have 20 minutes to have a good conversation. Thank you very much. Folks, it occurs to me that much of what we heard this morning, spoke about trying to push the limits of architecture and then bounced it off of the presenting question of neoliberalism and a kind of capitalist structure that says we work for a client and the client has constraints and we're trapped. And here we've heard over and over again about platforms that don't sound like that. So I wonder if I could ask each presenting team to sort of say briefly who their client is and how they interacted with them. And I know in some cases it might be a multiple client that you've generated an aggregate of funds from that support the work. In some cases you're your own client, your UN work. But help this audience understand the clients that are demanding the kind of hopeful and scalable work that you're proposing. So I'm particularly struck with our first presentation, around 120 projects in 19 cities. Who's your client?
Well, thank you. I couldn't mention just one general formula because all of this big number of 120, they all have different formulas in terms of how they were founded but I will say that in general we have been supported in several ways by the private fundings. I already mentioned that we are a non-for-profit private university, so in every city that we arrive, we are supported and in general by private funds that are connected to the territory. And something that has been happening in Mexico is that more and more, I will say, that actors feel more committed with the places where they are, so they see the university as the place where they not just let's say do philanthropy, but more to have this enable space for giving the stakeholders. And also I would also like to mention that several of them have the let's say the interest, and also founded by the public offices, government that connects that. And so I don't know if you would like to give an example or something more specific, but just to say that we have found that the goodwill, I don't know if this is the good translation from Spanish, goodwill from the stakeholders of the city and in the communities that we are is in more as more like the formula for putting all the interest together. But that requires a lot of work. It's not something that happens per se. You know, it's not something that is given. So we creating the platforms that we already mentioned are pretty important for that.
So you have an institutional mission from the university system, and you have freedom to hunt with that support in each locality, and you construct unique relationships in each locality. Am I understanding that right? Okay. Ian and Terry, how do you get that work funded that you outlined?
We win the ECC 2021 Time-Space Existence Architecture Award. In all fairness, there's a tremendous amount of nonprofit work that we do. I was the president of the AIA last year for the 2030 commitment. And so a lot of the architecture firms in our city are always thinking about what we're going to do. One thing to note is that the city of New Orleans and its historic existence has never really had a master plan, okay? So our streets run the same dynamics or geometry as a river, and there's almost a haptic circumstance that occurs for our community living. So I would say that Ian and Terry, really Nano, and our incredible team who are here are on a mission to do what we can. There's one thing to note is that prior to Katrina, there was 476,000 people in the city, and as of today, there's approximately 270 some odd, or 234,000. So we are experiencing the same as Buffalo has, but we've done it in a 16-year span. So that's amazing. And so, I mean, I want to also step back and say, for the record, we have a lot of clients. They're just not the clients that we need to be. The city of New Orleans really needs to start taking heart in what's going on, and I hope with the infrastructure bill that occurs.
Thank
you. We've been thinking about it a lot.
Got it. Don?
So great question, who's the client? And I think in the examples that I showed, the best way to respond is, these are complex projects where you can't point to a single, let's say, source of funding or source of wealth that's fully entitled and able to achieve the things that I showed you. It's always at the intersection of, in some cases, it's a developer with a vision. In some cases, it's a quasi-governmental development agency, like you might find it in China, or it's in a much more chaotic situation, like you find dealing with people who have crossed the border and have no rights whatsoever. So it's at the intersection of these things, but each of these actors has one of the keys necessary to achieve a vision. And we've been, I think, very fortunate in the examples that I showed you that there is a kind of underlying force for goodness that everyone taps into, and architects also have the privilege of being in the position of negotiators and mediators. And it's, when we're lucky, our vision becomes persuasive and people get behind it and willing to give something up. So that's the best answer I can give you.
That's lovely. Go.
Same answer.
Same answer.
No, I think just highlight the fact of here we are seeing beautiful examples of the role of the architect. We are not seated there waiting for a client to come and to ask us to develop a project, but understanding the role of architecture or of the architect as the one as the etymology of the word architecture says is we are the ones that originate the project, no? And of course, the final client is the user, so people.
Well, it goes in part to the business model of the profession that we are presumably preparing students for. And it goes to the question of whether we can and should prepare them for the nature of practice you just outlined collectively, or respond to the more pedestrian understanding of somebody with money hired us to do it. Because your advocacy, your passion, your sense of responsibility is way past what the conventional business model will deliver. You should argue with me if you think I'm wrong.
There is a business model also there. I mean, there are opportunities and I think what we have to prove is that these let's say alternative ways of developing architecture can also be interesting from an economical point of view for a private practice or for an organization that could understand, that could find funding from different sources, private sector, NGOs, in some cases, international cooperation, and eventually we can find economic income thanks to that. Of course, it is this socially based, let's say, I don't like the term social architecture, but these socially based projects will not make us become rich, but at the end, probably we will be able to not to lose money, let's say.
If I could chime in. When Terry and I began our company, one of the things we would say was part of the role of us as architects as to our clients was we had to educate the client as well. That in order to achieve the client's goals, that they had to be re-informed from our side. And not to be condescending, but the idea that the average client doesn't always have the vision or see the opportunities or the multitude of layers that could be built into a single project. I think to go back to your previous question, there are cities such as Buffalo, our own, cities in decline where municipalities are looking to maximize opportunity. And that, so for instance, New Orleans is in the middle of this water management process, but that's a single idea that with a small amount of not re-education, but with additional information, they could understand that they could maximize that opportunity without a great expenditure. And I think that's part of the role of both the people you guys are educating at the university level, but that we try to practice every day.
I'm really struck by the themes that all of you represented, which is vision leads, or reset in the context of the conference we're at, reimagining leads. And then more to the point, together we can do things we'll never do individually based on the predetermined definition of who we are or what we're supposed to do. It's driven by a different thing. It's driven by the passion you have for place and people and the relationships among people in place and all of those things. I'm wondering if there's questions from the audience or if we have anything on the YouTube channel that we should address. Any questions out there? Yes, I see one right there. Go. There's a microphone right over here. Thank you.
Does it work? Okay. So I loved what all of you were saying. One of my questions was in relation to this idea of our experience with COVID and how a lot of people are experiencing having to work from home or not necessarily having to physically move to work. But I think realistically, there's always going to be industries where you have to move people, and how would you maybe address that in this new reimagined city?
Who wants that?
I'll take a shot at it. Well, aside from recognizing the need for movement, just observing Chicago from our hotel room last night to look across to a new level of void within a city at the vertical level, where we think about empty floors of office buildings. I'm not sure how we revision, and I think maybe that's the next challenge, is how do we begin to infill or revision the buildings we've already created in shrinking cities as in our own. The vertical space built is becoming underutilized. To go to the question, how do we vision movement? I think movement, well, I mean, part of our thesis is to diminish the scale of movement. I think in a place like New Orleans, where we have a shrinking footprint, as well as when we think about the energy impact of movement, to try to return to an idea of something more pedestrian, bike-oriented, and whether that helps to address the idea of movement from the house. You know, if everyone's back in their homes, and I'm thinking out loud here, if everyone's back in their houses again, the idea of the mall or the idea of the big box, I think, starts to diminish, because you're not automatically in your car driving 30 minutes and it's, well, I'm just not going to stop at the big mall on the way to work or the way back. I have to think at a smaller scale, localized level. Maybe somebody else can run with that.
Yeah, I think that people will still need to live together. And I think public space should be the space for this to happen. Maybe people, it had happened, no? People that now was not going to the office, but now they are meeting in the park or in a restaurant to have dinner or lunch together because they want to meet the colleagues from the same office. Again, they go and meet in a restaurant or in a park or whatever. So public space, there is a beautiful opportunity for public space there to rise. Another condition that will generate, that will happen because it is happening because of the pandemic is that people will be able to work from wherever they want. I mean, they can go to an island in the middle of nowhere and work in a call center or have work in a lawyer's office or in an architecture office. So this will, depending on the conditions, will generate again pressure on these territories. People is emptying the cities and going to places where the air is cleaner and you have probably a beautiful landscape, you are surrounded by green. And American cities are very beautiful, generally. But in Colombia, there is a strong phenomena of people that, middle class and rich people that is abandoning the cities and going to their family's house in the periphery of the city or far in the countryside and bringing their computer and working from other spaces. This is, of course, it is a challenge because, again, it's pressure on these territories from the ecological point of view, social point of view, economical point of view. There is a village that used to be a village of farmers. Now there is a lot of these bureaucrats, technocrats, how do you say, digital nomads that go there and have different incomes. So the economy of the villages, some villages are changing. But it's an opportunity. I think landscaping, the understanding of vernacular architecture could provide beautiful answers to the reoccupation of those settlements. Yeah.
Can I add something?
Yep.
Oh, you go first.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add to this very, very interesting point that something that had happened in territories like Mexico is that the pandemic put lights on the inequalities that we have in society. So there is a huge part of the population that doesn't have internet, for instance. So they are not part of this dynamic of working remotely, and that contributes to increase the gap. So I think that one challenge that I would like to stress out, to underline is that, because that was the question, and I still don't have the answer, but I know which is the problem, and I think that we have to be aware on that, is that by living this pandemic, many of the challenges that were already there, like climate change, social inequality was something that is getting bigger and bigger in territories like our country, and I think that several countries are living the same conditions. So trying to rethink our cities in the condition that we are living, one of the main issues I will say is how to this gap from the people that have the medium and the ones who doesn't have, like something like looks like very basic, internet is really important. Or there are still many workers. For instance, in Mexico, it's more or less is the third part of the working force is in informality, and they need to go out and be on markets or be on places that are crowded, for living. So there is still that kind of challenge that we are facing in a condition what I already mentioned.
Thank you.
Go. Again, a great question. So I think there are a couple of issues that are still very much in flux, and we'll just have to wait and see how they get sorted out. So in terms of the death knell of the white-collar office, I think it's too soon to declare that to be over, because people do work well together. And for certain types of tasks, certain conditions, you actually are more productive and probably happier working in a group. And then there are other kinds of conditions where solitary work is more productive and more enjoyable. So it then becomes a matter of management structures figuring out how to deal with that so that the best work happens as much of the time as possible. And this is something I think every business is struggling with. You know, we have 250 people in New York. It's very interesting to see the ones who insisted on coming despite the pandemic, despite the fact that we gave them choice, they didn't have to. And I would venture to say they appear to be much happier than the ones who I see on Zoom, those who choose to turn their cameras on. And, you know, it's, you know, people are social creatures. We need to be together. All of you chose to be here today, not to dial in online, which was another choice. So once it's a, you know, the epidemiological side of it is a little less scary, a little more under control, I think then it's going to be a matter of the intersection of personal choice. Do I get to choose when I want to work and where I want to work, and what is the impact of that on the productivity of the organization that I'm a part of? And I think the pendulum may have swung a little too far, and I get to choose because it has no consequence on my colleagues. But in fact, so much of the work that gets done is an organization. It's a super brain. You have to be connected.
It's lovely. We're at time. I just want to say a takeaway for me going into perhaps this last round of discussion is that it matters a lot if you love this place, these places, this 19-city fabric, the everything it takes to make a place change. And you all have demonstrated that artfully and really clearly. I'm struck by the notion that we love this place even as we're facing death and destruction. that it's tough out there, and it's going to get tougher. And yet you express quite explicitly hope, as was, I think, the aspiration when we went into this discussion, but it wasn't at all guaranteed. So I'm thrilled by hearing and seeing that. And then finally, I leave with a kind of delight in the agency of the architect. Maybe not as conventionally understood, but as vested in all of the various places architects can play, which is on the client side, in the NGO, with the government, as what is traditionally the other side of the table from the architect. But if there is no table, it's a different conversation. And that probably demands some rethinking about how, or reimagination about, and maybe this is the next year's theme, of architecture, and how we actually define it. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our panelists. This has been a terrific event.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Can I invite you, everyone, to go back to your seats? A big round of applause for everyone. So we are almost at the end of our Shaping the City in Chicago. We are redecorating our panel. And as a wrap-up, for this Shaping the City, we will have again Javier Arpa Fernandez from TU Delft and the Y Factory to be with us and wrap up the conference and share with us more. It's a surprise, Javier, right? You're gonna be surprising us with some slides. No slides. Slides. So we have a presentation from Javier and then a wrap-up conversation between the two moderators of the panels of Architecture for the People and Reimagining the City. So again, we have Edson Cabalfin and Robert Shibley with Javier. Thank you.
I think it's very difficult to tell new things today. I think we had a lot of material has been shown and lots of concepts and issues has been talking about. I was not planning to show anything, but in the end today, as I kept hearing ideas, etc., I couldn't refrain from showing a little bit what I do in order to try to also let you understand how I understand imagination. I am, amongst my different hats, I am the research and education coordinator of the Y Factory. The Y Factory is a think tank that is based at the Technical University of Delft. I thought it was interesting to show also how other ways in which academia operates and ways, let's say, ways of not being so contextual. It also works. Laboratories outside our universities, of course, they are great, but at the same time, we can also think about other ways of relating to the world in which we live in. The Y Factory was, again, I guess that I need to sit. Yeah. Okay. The Y Factory was founded by Professor Winnie Maas, who is also co-founder of the office MVRDV, based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, at the Technical University of Delft. There's a moment in which Winnie Maas decided to take out research from the practice and bring it to the university, which happens to be a public university funded entirely by Dutch taxpayer taxes. This is our office in Delft, and as I said, the idea was to bring research into the walls of academia, the research that MVRDV was doing. We have collaborations with universities all over the world. I don't need to tell what they are. And we have a methodology of working in groups, large groups of students. Each of our studios is about the production of one single document. In the end, one single research that is done by about 40 students at a time, which requires a lot of, let's say, coordination and a lot of logistic work, especially because you need to let students understand that at the end of the day, everything will be collective. They do not work in pairs, but they do work in huge groups, which in the end can be or can cause sort of conflicts at some point, but we believe that it's a good way of learning. We actually ask them to play the game. We do not only educate and research, but at the same time, one of our big pillars is to disseminate the work that we do. And to disseminate the work that we do, not only within academia, especially not within academia, what we do is to publish what we do and disseminate it throughout what we say, I don't know how to call it, the general public, the public audiences. I really don't know what the best term should be. But we really want to move out of the walls of academia with the products that we do. We do, as I said, books. We do exhibitions. We make models, bring them outside to the world. This is, I think, Taipei, and then try to tell and engage with the public what is it, the world that we think of? What is it that we would like to build in the future? And well, these are images of different exhibitions that we have produced. I will go through them later. No? In the end, we are happy because some of these models ended up being bought by the Centre Georges Pompidou in Paris. So we try to talk about the future of the planet, the future of the city, and disseminate it. Every image that you're seeing here is dissemination of architectural and urbanism and planetary ideas throughout the world. We understand that the planet has become a product of design, and the planet and planetary issues are, let's say, our main concerns. Those planetary issues have to do with, of course, housing, equality. We have been speaking about equality and especially inequality all over the world so many times today. No? And then we engage with the public throughout public workshops in which the citizenship can come and cut foam or make models of the city that they want. That's the way in which we think we help best to make better cities. I don't usually use the word architecture since lately one gets the feeling that architecture has become very much about the production of an object, so maybe that's also an interesting topic of discussion. No? But so we'll try to think about different cities, of urbanism. we were appointed, or Vinny was appointed director of Domus, and I spent 1 year of my life in Milan trying to get out that journal. It was a really interesting trip, and there we looked at not non-contextual topics, but we look at the state of the world. I will not give a lecture about Domus. I gave it already in Venice, and I don't have the time nor the intention. But in the end, in 2019, we produced this map. This is the map of the world in 2019, looking at lots of issues we are interested in. We are interested in density. We have spoken today about vacant spaces and what to do about them. Should we maybe just simply start to densify? And I remember when I asked David this morning about densification, he said, yeah, but we need programming, we need other things. Indeed, we need intensity. It's not only about bringing as many people together as possible, like the Chinese city many times, not always tends to do, no? But we want to, let's say, pile up different programs that make up an intense city. So we're extremely concerned about the situation and the crisis in which we are living. I think, of course, in this room, we all know that we are in the midst of climate breakdown, that the crisis we are living in, not only the pandemic, because I think that we will get over the pandemic. And personally, I don't know what to say about the future of cities after the pandemic. But what we know is that the planet is warming up and that the consequences are enormous. We just saw images of what the future of New Orleans will be, and that's extremely scary. We look at what the planet will be like, because as I said in the beginning, we want to address the planet as an object of design. We produce different scenarios for the future of the planet. Scenarios that go, for instance, this is a collection of different globes. One of them can talk about, one student, for instance, or a group of students talked about what happens if there's total equality in the world. Let's imagine that. This is one of the things that we try to keep doing. Suggest the student that you don't have to put up with inequality. Try to dream that there's no inequality. And what will the world look like if there's no inequality? What happens when it comes to migration? We accept migration, and we build, nowadays, we build camps for migrants. I was about to say concentration camps, actually. No, let's imagine what is a world like without borders. And we bring the student to the state of imagining what the world would look like if there are no borders at all, etc., etc. Our idea is to, let's say, through our studios, have our students spend 4 months liberated from, let's say, context, especially very much context, from certain constraints, and try even gravity, actually, I would say. Students are invited to work without gravity. That's not a problem, so that we actually skip the building technology part in most of our studios, and then we make calculations. So this is our intention in the end, no? And this is actually an old image already, because both of those leaders of the world are already gone, one luckily before the other. And we actually have the idea of trying to show this world to those people who make decisions. And I'm actually a little bit sad because today there's not a single policy or politician in the room, no? And at the end of the day, most of the decisions that need to be taken in order to undertake the projects that we are looking at today are being taken by politicians. So, and that makes me be a little bit puzzled, you know, sort of a conclusion of the day somehow. Because in a way, what I saw today is that I'm summarizing a little bit, but there's the neoliberal city that was very well explained with the example in the Philippines, but of course that's an example that we can export all over the world. And it seems that many of the projects that we saw today tend to put up with that situation. There's like, okay, it is what it is. This is what the city is like. It's a neoliberal city. And then how can we actually survive to it? How do we organize ourselves against it somehow? And then at the same time, somebody was asked today, well, there used to be in Scandinavia a social democratic period in which things were done otherwise. No? That made me think. And that made me think of the hope, because this is one of the words that we were using today a lot, no? Of the hope that maybe those models can still be implemented, no? And this is where I go back to Europe, which is where I go back to certain European values that are still very valid, despite criticism, etc., no? And I'm actually happy because the lady in the middle of the image right now, Angela Merkel, has been replaced by a new prime minister or president or chancellor of Germany, whose party is called Social Democratic Party of Germany, and it's okay. It's fine, and it's one of the biggest, let's say, economies in the world. Let's not be ashamed of that. And let's look at other examples of policies or politicians or policymakers that do things trying to think of the people, not against it, which is a little bit the impression I had today. I'm thinking of examples in the city of Barcelona, ruled by a social democrat mayor, or the city of Paris, where social housing is compulsory, where the French constitution says that 30% of the housing that is built must be social, without any problem about using the word social, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay to use the word social. There's no problem about it. So let's maybe get rid of this association of socialism with evil. I don't know. This is something that, well, it's very much of this side of the Atlantic, but then what is it that we can do without putting up with, let's say, the neoliberal city? I think there are other ways without doing any sort of, let's say, more extreme revolutions. Anyway, this image summarizes a little bit what we want to do with our students, no? Try to bring, let's say, a new design or imagine a new planet or a future planet and show it to those who make decisions, no? These are some of our projects, and maybe go a little bit more quick. You know, what happens to light? What happens to the idea of the architectural icons, no? What about light and transparency or reflection of light? And it's funny because this image was produced by one of our students many years ago. And I don't know if some of you know that a couple of months ago, the Depot new Boymans in Rotterdam was opened. And what is it? It's a ball that reflects the city of Rotterdam, made by MVRDV, of course. What happens, again, this is exploring the idea of transparency, the idea of how can we reflect each other in the city. What happens if we study light in the North Pole? And what happens if one day we actually can all travel somewhere else where we have several moons? Let's imagine how that life and how that urbanity will be when we have several moons that light our nights in a different way. It's something new. We don't know about it. Just liberate yourself and try to think how that is. We ask also our students, and this is a criticism about regulations, no? And it depends on the country, of course, but many European countries have this terrible regulation when it comes to urbanism or architecture, no? What is a city? How does a city look like when you don't have a single regulation, when there is not a single fence that you need to build, no? What are the architectures that result from that? When it comes to mobility, this is also an interesting topic. We have already, we saw today some interesting transit-oriented developments, no? But actually we want to go beyond at the Y Factory and try to look at what does a city look like when you ask yourself, I need to be everywhere in 3 minutes. How does a city look like that? Then make the proper calculations. How does it look? And these are the results. This is still the same thing. And then if we want to go green, how can we actually make green beautiful, no? Because there's this idea of green architecture and green artifacts, etc., that tend to be actually really ugly, no? How can we make, let's say, energy production beautiful, of how can we utilize bacteria in order to light the canals of Amsterdam so that we don't spend money in electricity in the night. We keep imagining. I don't know if that's possible today, but we actually ask our students, don't bother saying, I don't know anything about bacteria. Just imagine what would happen if the bacteria takes over those canals. What happens in a world in which we live in full leisure? I know that this is something that doesn't sound like possible today, but we know that certain societies have more and more time, or free time, or spare time. So how does a city look like when you don't have anything to do but to go on holidays? And what are the artifacts that allow you to do that? Or what if we all decide to have sort of a Mies patio and live in it, no? And what is the concentration of Mies patios that allows for 7 million people to live like that? What if we all move to the dunes? And what happens when you all move to the dunes and liberate the rest of the planet from human pressure? This is the result, dunes or the coastline. One of the planets that the student actually drew was a planet in which 7 billion people, the world population, moved to a certain territory. He chose France because he thought that, well, everybody likes France, no? Let's take the idea of this. Oh yeah, France, we love it. So if 7 billion people move to France, the calculation coming out is that the FAR necessary in order to have all those people living there would be an FAR of 3, which is actually very small. So with an FAR of 3, the whole planet can move to a territory like the French one, and the rest of the planet is liberated from our pressure. So that leads to a certain kind of imagery. We are concerned about the green city. I think that we all know that cities need to be biodiverse. We want to introduce more and more green in the city. There are many reasons to do that, and I will not go into the details because I think we all know why we need to have greener cities. There are certain, for instance, yesterday I saw several examples in the Chicago Biennial that talk about that. It's also, of course, it's about public space, but at the same time, we have vegetable gardens for the production of food. And we want to introduce green cities or, let's say, vegetation, flora, and not only flora, but fauna within it. How does a city look like if we start covering it with green? And how do we do that? These are not only, let's say, Photoshop, beautiful Photoshop images that you are seeing. Every image comes with a calculation, comes with a parametrization, sorry for the word, I'm trying to translate from Spanish, but we try to calculate how much oxygen will be produced, how much CO2 will be captured, and what is it like from a psychological point of view to live in the green surrounded by animals, no? Which is something that I started seeing yesterday in the vacant lots of Chicago. We simply try to bring it, let's say, to a hyperbolical study, no? What is it like to live together? I already mentioned that I think density is important, but density and not at any cost. It is important that we live in the house that we dream of, no? And how do we stack all those homes and how we live in a compact city having the house of our dreams. So these are the images that come from there. Also, speaking of the neoliberal city, we did this experiment, which is a criticism of the neoliberal skyscraper, no? All those glass towers that are surrounding us all around here. No? And how can they be more open and more porous? The study was called Porosity, and the idea is to not only bring more air, but also bring pockets of encounter within the vertical city. And because in most cases, all the skyscrapers that I am looking from here, they have a ground floor. There's like a big entrance that doesn't let you in. And then what happens upstairs is not up to you. It's not part of the city. So this is a criticism that we do to not only to the architectural form of the skyscraper, but the city behind proposed by those skyscrapers that are here. No? Speaking of density and the house of our dreams, how can we live in the villa of our dreams within a collective housing slab? We need to understand that we cannot keep occupying territory. We just saw a few minutes ago terrible and scary images of Bogota growing without control. We have to control that and limit the occupation of land. And if we speak about flexibility, what if we actually end up imagining that, for instance, during the day, I'm going to be in my office, let's say pre-COVID, and then my house can actually shrink. Is there a material that allows me to do that? And you will say, no, that doesn't exist. But our position at the Y Factor is to say, you just imagine that that material is actually existing. And now, make a project that allows for that flexibility. This is how we, let's say, understand our methodology. I will play a video now, but this is just, hold on a second before the video. It was just I will not talk in front of it. But it's called the Green Deep, and it's a study about bringing green into the city beyond greenwashing ideas. This is not about building, let's say, golf courses next to our skyscrapers so that the land price goes up. This is about the idea of what are the calculations and the impacts and the typologies that are derived from the introduction of green in our cities. basically what you see here is that we try to measure the impact and calculate lots of parameters that normally appear on the right-hand side. We created a software that allows us to calculate all those parameters. So we always work within a 1 square kilometer piece of city. That's the only way we can actually measure properly. And in the end, we produce these visions. This is Fifth Avenue, New York. Let's say the hypothesis was to try to make these cities be covered by a forest, make them become an entire forest, because the calculation that we started from was that if these cities, beyond just putting green roofs, would become forest, then there would be a possibility, and this is a little bit of a guesstimation, to be very honest, from our students. It would be possible that if all urbanized areas would become a forest, it would be possible to decrease the global warming by 0.65 degrees centigrade. Anyway, I think we can go to the next. Thank you, Marco. I will just very quickly go through the methodology that we normally use. We look always. We start from a theoretical model that doesn't have a context. We calculate data. This is a tradition that comes from the Netherlands from the 1990s already, datascaping, and then we produce a software that allows us to control those parameters, and then we apply it in certain contexts. It's a little bit long, but anyway, this is, for instance, an image of, speaking of self-sufficiency in the city. What we did this was to calculate if we want Manhattan to be self-sufficient, the skyscrapers of Manhattan would have to grow that way in order to allow for the cultivation of the necessary food. Well, this is parametric design. This is, let's say, that we need to go a little bit further there. And then in the end, if images like this need to produce, and if we need to shock UNESCO by producing these images and say, well, maybe there's something to Gaudí more than the beauty of Casa Milà, but we can make production on top of it. Let's think about it. Let's imagine it. Let's not refrain ourselves from imagining. Thank you. Yeah, that's that's a little bit how I wanted to also, I don't know, frame some of the conversations that we had today, no? Because I think it was really, I think I already mentioned that, no? But there's a moment in which, in the beginning of the conversation, you start with the neoliberal city, and it's like, well, wow, is this what do we have in front? And actually, I would like to know, because you show us what Manila, especially, or the Philippines look like in this context, but what do you think is an alternative to that?
It's a very good question in terms of, that's what made me think also with all of the other examples when I started to talk about that at the beginning, but then seeing also all the other discussions across the day. One thing that struck me is that then I already am seeing that there are, I think, different alternatives to this that some of our colleagues have already talked about. And I think that's why I wanted to pose that question, is that if we want to continue with this state of neoliberalization, then either we need to accept the fact that there are ramifications of being in this system, and that there are people who will be left out, right? Not everyone will necessarily benefit from this city. And I think like what strikes me with the conversation also today is that then there are, in fact, like many different alternatives that are also emerging. So you've already started to talk about the social democracy. Christian earlier mentioned social democracy also. I know that Winifred also was mentioning about mutual aid as a kind of another alternative. And I'm thinking that I do agree like what you're saying earlier about like separating the idea or conflating the idea of just because you talk about social, you automatically think that it's socialism. Yeah. And why in a way vilify socialism in that way. And I'm thinking about it in terms of it's just about the benefit of everyone, right? Like making sure that everyone benefits from the system, because that's not exactly what is happening. So an example that I'm thinking as an alternative, right, is that then with mutual aid, there's a couple of stories that I saw emerging from the Philippines during COVID, is that then the Metro Manila was placed in an immediate lockdown on March, and I left the day before the president announced the lockdown, the quarantine. And in fact, until today, they're still in a quarantine. And so my parents, for example, just to kind of like make it human, right? My parents who are in their 80s have not left their house since March of last year. And so there are a lot of these problems like, okay, so how do you get food and so on, right? So anyway, one of the things, the phenomena that emerged in some of these cities, and in Metro Manila, for example, is this idea of mutual aid. There were community pantries that emerged on the side of the street where somebody can just drop off food and then somebody can just also just get food from that. And there were all of these community pantries that emerged. And I think at the bottom of it is this idea of mutual aid. So I'm imagining then, maybe as an alternative to this neoliberal city, is that then how can a city be based and founded on mutual aid? What would that look like? And I think like the examples that Pro Bogota, for example, is showing, are there like these possibilities already, and it's emerging, and also like how do we might then reimagine, for example, with Buffalo, how, for example, the involvement of communities was actually very crucial, right? So I'm kind of thinking in that way. How do you make space, and how do you include more voices in the shaping of the city so that then the city in fact becomes more equitable and more inclusive for a lot of people? Because frankly, it's not inclusive at the moment. It's not equitable. And as everybody has shown, the inequalities that's happening is already very stark. And if we don't do anything, we're just going to end up in the same way as we had been experiencing. So something needs to change.
Thank you, and that was delightful. I'm struck by the differences between a system that applies everywhere with the right math and the characterization of our world as filled with both right math problems, gravity is real, climate change is real, and wicked problems that are negotiated in place over and over and over again as part of the human condition. And we might wish it to go away, but it isn't gonna. But we might facilitate a better quality conversation. That's a tool that does that. It's terrific. But if it's imposed, as opposed to socially constructed, it will not succeed. That's just who people are. So architects have to work the interstitial space, and it is inevitably, and this is hard to say, but it's inevitably incremental and based on a consensus and agreement. Otherwise, it's totalitarian. So I struggle a lot with precisely that dynamic. Everything we do to facilitate the existing neoliberal enhances and demonstrates it's possible. everything we do to confront it makes the agreement, if we're confronting it with pitchforks, harder to come by. So how do you negotiate with an intolerant evolution of the reality we live with in this current condition? I want to say we do it one place at a time, everywhere. And we do it from a place of love, not a place of righteousness, or we're going to lose it. So, I'm reminded of the public schools. Our public schools are largely broken. They're filled with teachers who care about those kids today. Everything they do to make it better for those kids today perpetuates the system. Embrace the tension. Embrace the tension. You have to. It's a very unsatisfying kind of resolution in my mind, and it reinforces the reason we do events like this, which is to get alternative imaginations out there, to construct as many as we can that mitigate some of those confounding variables that come together. But if we don't recognize it's a wicked problem that doesn't define itself according just to the math, and it really is a social construction, we're not going to be able to develop the affection for place that's created because people are actually owning the processes and the thinking that make the place. That's the culture that used to work. Primitive and pre-industrial cultures put it all together. We've specialized and isolated and separated fact from social discussion radically. And so we've got to learn how to talk to each other again.
And saying that there's a need for us to talk to each other, and one of the things I think, Javier, you also started to point out earlier, was this, you were asking the question of, you were wishing that there were politicians and policymakers here. And that's also one thing that struck me, is that then, because also like the examples that, like in the second session, what Bob, you were also talking about, was that then, one thing that struck me was that we can all talk about this all day, but then what happens for these ideas, these wonderful, brilliant ideas, right? And then what happens to them when the policymakers, government, have to be a part of it, the public sector and then also the private sector. So I'm curious about like what's your sense about then how do we take these ideas, right?
I think it's it's a very complicated question to answer, I think. So of course, well, from my point of view, the fabrication of a city is a pure political act, for starters. The word political comes from polis, Greek for city, so it's a political act. The thing is, when I was trained as a designer or as an architect, I never thought I would end up being an activist. And this is where I actually go also, like taking it from your question, and are we architects ready to do all this? And this is something, I think there was part of the conversation this morning was about that. Are we trained to that? Right. Mm-hmm. When I was a student, I learned to do sections and draw with, you remember those rulers, etc. And who on earth would tell me that I would end up talking about the mayor of Paris? Mm-hmm. No? So are we training our students right?
Yeah. So, amen. And to me, the issue is we learn to paint with that ruler. Mm-hmm. Today, we have to learn to paint with the real estate developer and the construction manager, and the kind of political dynamics that constrain them. I would argue that everyone sitting at the panel number 2 is a politician. They are functioning in that way.
You have to. Right?
They are painting with the variables across the sector. That's why they were stressing the combination, the plurality, the complexity of the client. So I think we have to teach our students to paint with the complex client.
I agree. Like we're not teaching our students necessarily how to be negotiators in the sense of how do you create this conversation, and how is it that you're able to put together different agenda, different biases, and understanding and acknowledging them, and then being able to then work with them to make it fruitful and to generate something that's very productive. And that's what I wonder, right? Like with then the skills of negotiation, the skills of understanding the politics. So for example, like, you know, I'm an architect, but I'm also trained as an architectural historian, and I study the politics of design because I hate politics. And for me, because I'm thinking that then, for me to be able to subvert that politics, understand that politics, well, I need to understand how it works. And I realize also then, listening to all of our speakers today, is that then all of our speakers understands that kind of politics and understands the necessity to be able to thrive and survive within such a system. And then so I'm thinking now also as an educator, how do I do that, right? Like, how do I also teach it? And we're all in kind of like different sort of academic institutions, and we're all sort of also thinking about it in different ways, right?
I love the conversation, the way you started it this morning with Javier and David Brown. In very small incremental ways, David is finding spaces in the city to make special. And my sense is, when he's done, if he keeps going, we were going to put Chicago in the public realm, as opposed to put pieces of public realm in Chicago. I mean, there's a policy embedded in that, and David even referred to the idea that I need policy to help frame this work. Well, who writes that policy? What's informed? And the answer is, we don't have to have an architect that knows how to do that. We have to have an architect that understands how to collaborate with a political science major who does, or someone who's got that experience and expertise. It's not like the architect has to do everything. We just have to believe in the strength of team and the quality of collaboration that makes team work. Then we can start putting our incremental adds into a systemic whole, as opposed to continually putting things in a fabric that can't absorb or use or ecologically work in some fashion.
And another question. Today, in several occasions, I've moved from hope to pessimism.
Yes.
Right. Like, I've been like left, right all the time. I don't know where you are after today.
I mean, I posed that question earlier at the end of my session, right, about the discussion about hope, and I think I'm with you that then I feel the same way. Like I'm kind of it's a pendulum swing between hope and pessimism. But I think at the end of at least this session, I am hopeful still. I'm still very optimistic because I see all of these brilliant people around here in this room alone, and then across. I realize that the problem is not that we lack ideas, because there's so many brilliant ideas are in this room and even beyond, and that's what's amazing about it. And this forum is to be able to talk about those ideas. And I love what you said earlier, like about the imagination that you were doing at TU Delft, right? This ability to imagine possibilities and futures, I thought was very crucial as a key element in having this hope and optimism. And so I'm kind of like still holding on to this ability and then the skill to be able to imagine a different possible future. So I would love to end with, at least tonight, with optimism and with hope still, because there's so many brilliant ideas. And that's what I am very grateful for this sort of forum, to be able to have that discussion, right, across the world.
I have a hope that there's an approach to limits to tolerance. I mean, you could misconstrue what I've offered as it's all about the conversation, realities of social construction, and therefore you're going to have to build it out, and it's painful and it's long and it's slow, and I don't believe that has to be. But I do think we have to leave room for that conversation, and then a room for some absolute limits of tolerance. How much wealth is enough aggregated in one individual? I spent a year in Denmark. I loved it. I loved it because it was against the law to make 40 times more than your lowest paid employer. I don't know if it still is, but I just thought that was terrific. And I would take a pretty good cut in pay today for that. But I would think that would be terrific. But if we could find some simple normals, war crimes, no. and just lay that into the fabric of a United Nations structure. That's another whole drill. So I don't think we can have the conversation without some respect for the pessimism that says there's no limits to tolerance in this neoliberal world. So we have to build some of those in. Whether it goes all the way to the social or socialism, it's almost semantics. They're both about, there's a lot of people living in miserable conditions, in grinding poverty, without enough food security to know their child is going to eat tomorrow. We can't imagine a whole new world and not at the same time work on that very concretely. So for me, it's always both and. I gotta be able to keep worrying. That's the optimism. We're going to put these big ideas out there that really settle in. And at the same time, I want to chip away at one limit to tolerance at a time. I live in 14222. People who live in my zip code will live 80. Less than a mile away, people will live to 60. Mm-hmm. That's just frickin' wrong.
I was about to say that I believe, like what you're saying, that why can it not be a both and proposition, that the hope and pessimism, and optimism and the pessimism comes together, right? Because like you need that pessimism to be able to say like, well, there's something wrong in the first place, right? Then be able to change it. Because then the problem is that if we're not feeling anything, if we're apathetic already, then we kind of like just surrender, like, okay, like this is just normal. Then we don't need to do anything about it, and we just go by our own ways, right? So I agree about the both and what you're saying. It doesn't have to be an either or proposition.
I'm actually really pessimistic.
Why is so? Why? I'm curious about why. What's leading you to the pessimism?
I mean, you just said something that it's a postcode. Some people live until 80 years old, and next door, people live to 60. We are in this wonderful, let's say, district full of wealth, and you just take an Uber for 15 minutes, and you are surrounded by despair. So, and we're talking about places like the United States or Europe, but I've been to the Philippines, and you know what is happening there, and then just go to Lesbos and see the migrants trying to move from Syria into the European Union. I have studied the territories of Gibraltar, which is like a bridge between two civilizations, and where Africans try to desperately move in. And when you see all that, you are very pessimistic, which I don't try to, my students might be watching, but I don't try to transmit this pessimism to my students, but of course it transpires, obviously, that I'm very, very pessimistic, but they put up with it.
So it's probably not an accident that the three of us are academics. And for me, that's never an insult.
No, never would.
I don't think it is an insult.
For at least 250 million people in the United States, it is an insult. And that's what I mean by a failure to the communication. So there I'm skeptical, except I don't think we've really tried to have that conversation that puts ourselves in their shoes, that walks with them and understands what they're afraid of and what we need to do with them to address those fears. And if we're not optimistic about that, we're done, because they're right, there's no hope.
I'll throw in another sort of curveball there also with a layer neoliberalism, right? And because like one of the things, as you said, Bob, about let's say working with communities, and then kind of like architects, let's say, coming in, and you know the question earlier about architecture for, by, with, or with people, right? And one of the things, the preposition war, right? Which I think was a great sort of conversation, right? So one thing that then struck me then is that then, well, one of the things that then I think we have to grapple with is that there's still, for me, a very strong legacy of kind of a colonial thinking, the architect as a colonizer, which like, I think that's what David Brown was also sort of talking about, and that he didn't say it. I remember from the 2018 Chicago Art Biennale, one of there was a great question about like decolonization as part of the Chicago Biennial, and I can see it also with David Brown's sort of work, is that it's not about the architect necessarily sometimes to kind of come in and say like, well, this is what you want, right? And that's what the other projects are also showing earlier, is that then this position of the architect and the role of the architect, and we've had that question also come up earlier, is that then, so we've talked about the skill of the architect as a negotiator, the skill of the architect as a facilitator, and then we have to think about the architect as that of somebody who listens, and maybe not be imposing this idea to the community. Because then again, we're kind of still grappling. I see as that then, our mentality is still like, okay, we come in, we colonize, basically, right? So I kind of like throw that again as a kind of another layer of how do we rethink then the role of architects in the kind of the reimagination of the city.
Speaking on colonization, which is a really interesting topic, but for instance, what we're seeing at the Chicago Biennale this year, there's a lot of hope. Obviously, these sites, and with very little resources, are triggering change and bringing hope to those communities. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time, I think that we, as we here, and those doing the Biennale, might be the 1% of the architecture world versus a huge amount of colleagues that are building entire new cities in Africa, just like they produce new Makatis, new Dubais, new Singapores, that are not at all related to the culture, to the social issues of those places in Africa. I have studied Nigeria, or what happens in Ghana, or what happens in Rwanda, Uganda, etc. And that's where the capital is going, and that is where most of, let's say, our colleagues are working. I think today somebody also mentioned that, no? That we are trying to educate our students, but most of them, at the end of the day, will have to go work in an office, and they will probably forget what we told them in academia. No, this is maybe another touch of pessimism here, but I
hope they don't forget.
I hope they don't forget, and I hope they do try to trigger change or do something about it, but I am afraid. I don't remember who it was this morning, who said, yeah, but at the end of the day, our students will go to a certain practice and be part of that system, no? And maybe it's not... Sorry, go ahead.
So I have a dream. I hope we're not the 1%. I also imagine that fear that they go that way is driven by folks like us, that we assume what we have to teach to, and it's that transition to work. And we put a very narrow set of boundaries around it. And I think more and more we're finding it useful to broaden those boundaries. That's not your only choice. And by the way, it's a model that we have taught our students to devalue their labor in. So we send our students to graduate schools that are $50,000 a year or $8,000 a year. It doesn't matter. They finish making about $60,000 a year. It doesn't matter. How about that? Well, that's because we put them into an environment after we teach them in studio that you work all night, that you go to work in the firm and you work all night because you love architecture, which is another way of saying you've devalued your labor. If we teach them not to devalue their labor, they will work for a real estate developer with a different value set. They will work for a construction company with a different value set. They'll work for government with a different value set. And they will bring architecture that we might understand could ramp and rail against the inequities of the world and build a more equitable place. So that's what I'm hopeful for. It's a small number of people who can convince those students that there's a bigger world out there than just that next architecture firm.
You remind me, Bob, of what's going on right now with COVID, right? That then with what they're calling the Great Resignation, and then also the way a lot of people are leaving workplaces and their jobs, right? Because then now also employers are realizing that the workers, the frontline workers, are actually are valuable, and that their businesses are reliant on them, and that now then the workers are able to demand wages for the work that they had been devalued for so long, right? And so it kind of like reminds me then in kind of in the field of architecture then that will have to happen to be able then to see like what are the changes then to be able to then value the work.
Our faculty produced a book in 2005 or 2015 called Alternatives to Patronage. And what it is the architects working for themselves based on things they've discovered in the world that need to be different and better. And then figuring out how to make the cash flow work for them as their own patron. It's an alternative to the colonization. It's an alternative to, and it's a way of going after what we've taught them to think about, which is that brave new world in one form or another, localized and contextualized, and it's able to be loved based on the process that you went through. But nonetheless, you can imagine, and I have hope that this can happen, that architects will suddenly take charge of their process. That is, I am not a victim of my client or my patron. On the contrary, I am, and able to find the needs and address them and figure out an economic system, small scale project at a time sometimes, that'll do that. And if you do that often enough, after a while, it's like, let's see, I've got a choice.
Which is what your panel, for example, exemplified.
I think so.
They were all showing different ways by which then they're able to negotiate and work within different systems, whether it's smaller scale, medium, or larger scale. And I think that was also why I was very optimistic, because wow, I was just so amazed by the work that they're all doing, and how they're maneuvering and negotiating within where they are and the kind of context. And that was exactly like what you were saying, right?
I
earlier.
also want to be really clear. A lot of my friends in college practice architecture. I love them. They're doing the best they can with what they got and the system they're in. But the opportunity to sort of expand, accept more risk, and get more return, and deliver it to a more serious problem than we're able to address just based on the conventions of patronage, that's everybody wins there.
Well, I hope that, on that note, I hope that the imagination we try to inculcate our students will remain throughout their professional lives till the very, very, very end. Hopefully, we'll keep hope. And I think on that note, we need to call this session. So I give you guys a word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier, Robert, and Edson. That has been great. Thank you for wrapping up today and the session. We thank you all for the ideas, for the thoughts, for the exchanges. We do hope for next time we're going to have more decision makers joining us. We have invited them, but no one has joined the conversation. So we hope next time we're going to have someone in the next edition of Shaping the City. And we also hope for the next time this proposition war, or article war, and for architecture by with is going to be resolved, because this has been going on since Venice. With Petra also, we have really discussed this extensively and yet no answer. So hopefully, Lucia, we should manage by the next edition, right? On that note, we are very happy that, Shaping the City really establishes these connections and conversations that wouldn't have been possible without getting into one place altogether and speaking about how to shape cities in the future. So for that, we want to thank each and every one of you, starting with Edson, Magda, Winifred, Christian, Alan, and in the second session, Robert, Alfredo, Roberto, Don, Ian, Terry, and Martin. And of course, Javier.
And David.
David, who's going to, I was just going to say David. thanking David also with thank you for curating this great biennial. And we're very happy that we had the opportunity to see this, to see the to see all the exhibitions in different places. So thank you also for that. I know for me and for many others, we really learned a lot today, and we always had this quoting Winifred. I never thought about it that way. So I think I speak in my name and for many others that we had these moments as well. So with that note, I say thank you all, and I give it to Lucia to take us on a journey to Venice.
Yeah, before... Thank you. So we are going to close with a short video, which brings us to Venice, brings us to the exhibition Time Space Existence that just closed a couple of weeks ago. This is also to thank all the participants. Many of them were here with us today, and to thank them for helping us to make it happen despite the difficulties of this 2020-2021. So thanks again. And before showing the video, thanks of course to the team. Thank you, Adi, for the contribution. Thanks a lot to Ilaria, to Marco, and Timur, who is not here with us, but watching from Venice. Thanks to Chiara, Rachele, Sofia, Miguel, Grayson, and Chris, and everybody else that I'm forgetting now, sorry. So thanks again. Hope to see you. Marguerite, where are you? Thank you, Marguerite. Thank you to the Chicago Architecture Biennial. Thank you to our media partners, World Architects and Domus. And hope to see you all to the next edition of Shaping the City. And tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. For the God Umbrella performance with Petra Kemp. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Time Space Existence 2021 is asking us to have a better understanding of our impact on this planet and how we can make it better for our future.
So this year we are celebrating 10 years of Time Space Existence. It's an opportunity to look back at what we have done, but also to be conscious and aware that there is still a lot of work ahead.
The conversation involves international architects on different levels of their career, studio of different size, photographers and artists. While you walk through the venue hosting the Time Space Existence exhibition, you can see the different layers. This is the 17th century, the 18th century, the 19th century, so the palazzo speaks and tells you stories. For the participants, the challenge is to find a compromise between the very strong features of the building and the freedom to use the space in the way they like. They create a nice dialogue with the Venetian terrazzo, with the fresco ceiling, with the wood of the decorated beams. Architects really try to find the connection.
For us, creativity, it's something we like to foster with these exhibitions. So we want to give the possibility to architects and artists to experiment and to try also sometimes new way of communicating their projects.
Photography is a very strong communication medium. One photo can create different impacts for different people. Different photographers can take different photos of the same building. So the idea of the building that you have really depends on the approach of the photographer. We have a wide range of projects. You can see classical portrait of building, street photography, abstract photography, any kind of reflection on the topic of not only architecture but also space in a wider sense.
Resta Gardens are symmetric gardens meant to be public spaces. We decided to take care of them and we opened them again to the public. We have a very wide range of installations. They can be works made by architecture studios, they can be made from sculptors. We can host large-scale projects. The most of installations are site-specific. So when the artists are coming to see the space, they get inspired to reflect water, the green of the trees, and the difference between the seasons, for example.
We want to offer, beside the exhibition, also a program of events where we can also share experience, information, knowledge, a relation with those people that are involved in our exhibition.
Every year, our exhibition reaches hundreds of thousands of visitors. They visit the exhibition in person, but we have also a virtual tour of the exhibition, which is permanently available online.
The community that lives here comes year by year. So it's interesting for them, but it's interesting also to have a public that is not only professionals, but also people from the community.
Our doors are always open. Our policy is not to have a ticket, so everybody can enter for free. There are many students, also family, kids.
Venice is a crossroads of culture, and it has been like this since when Venice was born.
Our exhibition is a cross-section of what we are living now and also of the diversity of our times.